devil. He's possessed by the devil.
We can do that.
In that moment, Warhorse was born. All right, cool.
Doable.
Doable. So I just want to do it. I've always wanted to do it. I've never figured it out on my own. Give me some help.
That one's on YouTube.
Well, I've tried, dude. I need some professional instructions. All this is on YouTube. A lot of this is on
I
YouTube.
know you're doing it right if your dad says no.
I want you to moonwalk in the middle of an arena while somebody's riding a bull.
Yeah, I want to moonwalk on
And
a
a
billboard.
falcon
Well,
lands on your arm.
Scott and I can
dude,
circle
if
you
a
in
falcon landed on my arm while I was moonwalking.
Yeah, dude, and Scott and I are circling you in horses with flags. You know, like,
dude.
like
You're telling me middle of a bull riding arena. If I'm like,
hell yeah, dude.
I say he, and when I say he, the falcon descends from the top of the stadium. That's the most American thing ever happened.
Yeah, Scott's
Then you
horse
jump
rears
in the
back.
General Lee.
Yeah, jump in the General Lee, peel out of the stadium.
Wow.
Fighter jet flies over. I hook on.
We can knock this out in a day.
All of a sudden, Bob Seger appears out of nowhere, just saluting me as he doesn't even know how he got there.
And Honeysuckle Rose pulls up to take you out.
Dude, we can
I grab a
speed run
joint
this
out of
thing.
Willie's hand on the way up in the fighter jet, and I'm like, thanks, Willie. Man. And Bob Seger does it. He just, when something American happens, Bob Seger just appears out of nowhere like Rumpelstiltskin.
What a country. What a country we live in.
He starts singing night moves for me. He doesn't know why he's there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, it happened again.
He goes, oh, God, it happened. Little too short. Could have used a few pounds.
Dude.
Man, that's going to be awesome.
Okay.
I don't even know where to go from there. Throw out the first pitch at a Cardinals game.
We could piggyback on
Hope
that
we can piggyback on that. You need your redemption. He threw out a first pitch one time, sailed wide right, hit one of the color guard guys in the bag.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, Hump Day, Scott, and we are live coming at you. Feeling good. Everybody's looking good. I got my tracksuit top on.
Wow.
Very cool.
That's right.
I get nervous when I come in the morning and you're the only one here and you have your tracksuit on. I always feel like, oh, my God, did I miss the tracksuit memo?
No, this is just the top,
Just the top. Yeah.
This is just the top. It's supposed to be how hot today? 80?
82.
Mm-hmm. But in the morning, it's cool. So this is a nice, you know, I want to keep my arms warm.
Layer. Do you have a
Good layer.
cool T-shirt on underneath that you can take the Adidas off?
What, this Playboy shirt?
Wow, so edgy.
Yeah.
Dang, Rebel.
Did you used to have a Playboy bunny mark when you would go tanning?
Yes.
Your junior year math
Still
teacher is
does.
going to be so upset with you.
Yes. It's a
John
dated.
Kioski's going to make you turn that shirt inside out and wear it the rest of the day.
It's the Playboy bunny. What?
That's pretty sweet. I used to have one of those in high school. When I started making enough money to shop at Hot Topic, I would get the dark blue pleather pants, and then Hot Topic would sell like these baseball tees that had like a sparkly Playboy bunny on them with a little crop. And I would rock that, and my mom would be like, "What the hell is this? You are 15 years old."
Oh, this is a crop. This is a crop.
Yeah, well, of course it is. Every
I'm
Playboy
showing
shirt
my
is a crop.
Hairy belly button. Ladies, think of that.
Speaking of hair, coming up
Yes.
in crap on, there is a celebrity who just did a new photo shoot, and he is showing off how hairy his inner thigh is, and I can't wait to let you know who it is.
Like a hairy inner thigh.
Oh, yes.
I think I've seen this because I follow
Pete
him.
Buttigieg.
And it was, I mean, it's scandalous.
Does this have to do with a yellow banana hammock?
Oh, yes, it does.
I've seen it.
Yellow Speedo, hairy thigh.
Hairy inner thigh. Okay.
All right, so prepare.
All right. Little tease.
Clean up on aisle
Little
5.
little tease coming up and crap on celebrities.
Yeah.
Moon yesterday talked about how you had an accident in your car on Easter Sunday.
Yes. And I was just being praised in the kitchen for my bravery. In discussing such things.
Was it the reflection in the window praising you?
I'm not going to tell you who.
Brave.
I'm not going to tell you who, but they also admitted, they said, "Oh yes, that has happened to me once in adulthood." And it's so funny because when it was mentioned, they said, "Yeah, it happens," and I go, "Yeah, it does." Especially if you say that it doesn't, after our emailers and callers, because we had a lot of people say, it happens every couple of years, and I was like, no, it doesn't. And then I was visited by the what was it?
The liquid shadow,
liquid ghost,
liquid shadow.
liquid shadow.
Yeah, so they said, it happened to them on the golf course. When they,
I can imagine that
I know who it
happening
is
on the
now.
golf course.
well, there's a lot of people at golf. You got all those ESPN people down there
That's
getting
not
coffee.
ESPN getting coffee. I know exactly who this person is.
I think this person would fully admit, but anyway. I don't want to out this professional broadcaster.
Well,
How do you know they're broadcasting?
we're having a whole huddle in there.
Well, I know what happens in that kitchen. Anyway,
It made me feel good because everybody in there said, yeah, man, you're not alone.
speaking of it, just, hey, we're a human, and it happens. You see what happened to Shaquille O'Neal?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Oh,
Made me feel so
yes.
seen. I can't even believe.
Wait, the same thing?
Close.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. So this was on national TV Monday night during a post-game segment on TNT's Inside the NBA. Shaq suddenly gets up and makes a beeline for the bathroom. And here's how that sounded. Here we go.
Here we go.
It's coming up.
You all right, big fella? Yeah, no. Catching the crap?
Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck.
Yeah, we on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it.
He can't hold it, brother.
After 40, you can't hold it no more.
I
He
felt
goes-
so seen.
He goes, I know what we're doing.
Listen,
Oh, I got to go to the general and save some time.
my husband told me about this yesterday when he got home, and I was like, that's awesome. And then I started contemplating how big are
His
Shaq's
turds?
bowel movements.
Oh, man.
No, man,
Like,
I can't
he
imagine.
is busting
You know what's
toilets.
funny? I thought the same thing.
Okay. Thank you.
He is a very big man.
Yes. And he consumes probably, our amount of calories that we take in, probably a fourth of what he is consuming.
But if you watch the clip,
All of Shaq's turds are the size of Spud Webb.
like
But
Superman,
nice
dunk.
reference.
no
Thank you.
thanks.
Nice reference.
But they can dunk.
If you watch
Can't
Shaq,
shoot free throws, though.
if you watch Shaq get up off the set, he's walking almost so gingerly.
Oh,
Oh, I understand.
Still shots of his face.
Did it
it's
make that
so
little
funny.
piano noise from the cartoons? Like, when somebody's sneaking up on Jerry's sneaking up on Tom? Or vice versa, excuse me.
No, Shaq's not
thumping.
sneaking up on anybody. But
Yeah.
he is
Just a ginger stride.
just, almost like sashaying.
Yeah.
And if that's a
He had a
word
light
they
suit on,
use.
too, so you know that he's like, no mistakes can be made.
They say maybe mistakes were made.
Oh, no. That could be the Nutella prank that all the moms are doing to their husbands right now.
It's like how they go,
There are reports that the Liquid Shadow paid Shaq a visit on Monday
no.
night.
for sure, dude.
Oh, my gosh. That's like a tidal wave when he has a situation.
Is the
Unbelievable.
liquid shadow the Krampus of Easter? Is it getting everybody?
Must
I
be.
think
The Easter
so.
Bunny comes if you're good. Liquid shadow comes if you're not.
The
May have
virus
gotten
is
the Pope.
out. Oh, no.
Liquid shadow got the Pope too, man. I mean, it probably. I say it gets everybody when you pass away. So it did get him probably.
No, J.D. Vance killed the Pope. Let's be real.
My favorite is when they go, we're on TV, Big Dog, and he goes, oh, I know what we're doing.
Oh, I know what we're doing.
They said, okay, here's a quote that said,
That's
he
what
was
the Pope said. He's like, it's Easter, big dog. He's like, I know what we're doing.
said, after he left, Kenny Smith said that Shaq told him that he'd started taking shots of olive oil.
Yeah.
Quote, he was in the back talking about how he's going to drink olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut, all right.
It works.
Yeah.
Dang.
Prove that olive oil. Makes everything slip and slide out.
I've been hearing that lately. People are just taking little shots of olive oil
Is that a thing now?
to coat their bellies, to get
I've done
the
that in the-
digestion. I don't know.
I did that in the past because it's supposed to be a really good fat, blah, 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 but I haven't done
I
it in
just
a
feel
while.
like it would loosen. I don't want oil. I don't want to feel oily.
I heard you're
you know?
supposed to do that before you drink.
Yeah, it tastes amazing. If you
They
get
were
good
doing
olive
it.
oil,
That
it
was-
tastes incredible.
That's what was blowing everybody up at Starbucks, remember? They were
Oh,
doing
yeah.
Oh, that's right. They
were doing
those
that
olive oil
latte.
drinks, yes.
Yeah, and it was blowing people out. And then they were mad because Starbucks, some of them didn't have bathrooms. I was like,
Give me
what,
the-
a year
yeah.
ago, 2 years ago?
Give me the code to the bathroom. Give me the code.
I'm so proud of Shaq, though. I mean, because I think about this all the time, like high pressure situations for journalists or anybody that's hosting like the Oscars. And I'm always like, when do they have to, when is the either anxiety or emergency poops like coming to them? And clearly it happens. They're just like us.
Well,
you know?
Shaq eventually got back on set, apologized to viewers, and said, sorry about that, America. He even blamed Charles Barkley for talking too much and not going to commercial break sooner.
Yeah, it's Charles Barkley's fault.
Look at his face. When it
Yeah,
happens.
his face.
His neck disappears. His head goes into his shoulders and just his spine compresses and he says,
Uh-oh.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
float on
watching
out
the
of
video
here.
of him slowly,
Oh, and there's the
And then light
The
jog.
brisk, yeah, the light jog.
light jog, shoulders up, light
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
jog
I understand
off
it.
the set.
was that?
Does he got new pants on?
No.
Okay.
He's all right. He
Them-
didn't poop himself.
Them's the same trouser.
Well, also, do you see that Duke, one of their star players during their final game,
He do?
his white shorts had a little bit of
What?
a different color at the bottom of them. Yeah.
Fecal poo stain?
No.
Get out of
It's
here.
actually
This is-
pronounced Dookie.
You talking about
Dookie.
Duked?
One of the guys from Duke duked, yeah. Ew.
Yeah, he do.
Ew. Ew. I guess, listen, everybody poops. It happens, even Shaq.
I feel
Now we
better.
know Shaq has a butthole.
And now we have to think about what size those turds are. So I'm glad we were on the same page.
Boy, you ever hear the story about Andre the Giant on an airplane?
No.
Oh,
let
there's
me-
several Andre stories, dude.
Let me-
If he didn't like you, he'd do it in the ring.
What?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
dude. There's plenty
my.
of shoot videos on Andre the Giant that if you pissed him off, he'd dookie him in the ring and then like do like the drop his butt on you in the corner with
And-
with a load in his draws.
What? That sounds like a myth.
I look it up, man.
Okay, so this is a famous story of Andre the Giant, who was 7'4", 500 plus pounds.
Okay.
Andre the Giant, obviously famously known for his massive size, and due to his stature, he faced significant challenges with everyday things, especially Andre the Giant can't go into an airplane bathroom.
They're so small.
Airplane bathrooms are tiny even for average sized people. So you can't stuff Andre the Giant in an airplane bathroom. So the famous incident here is, according to interviews with wrestlers, on a long haul flight, Andre found it impossible to fit into the airplane's tiny restroom. The flight crew and other wrestlers had to improvise because Andre really needed to go. They allegedly curtained off a section at the back of the plane with blankets. Andre then relieved himself into a bucket. The aftermath was memorable. The stench reportedly filled the cabin, and passengers and crew were overwhelmed by the odor. Ric Flair once said, "It was the worst smell I've ever experienced."
What's in a bucket, dude? Have you ever done that in a bucket?
No.
Or outside camping or something? I mean, if there's no water, I mean, it's deathly.
This is cool.
Yeah, the story has been repeated by multiple people who have traveled with Andre the Giant.
Oh, yeah.
I found a story about him in the ring, and he,
Bad News Brown.
yeah, Mexico, 1992, in the ring, he had a bout of diarrhea,
Oh,
It says
and they kept going.
Andre was wrestling Bad News Brown, suffering from a virus and drinking tequila, one of his favorite intoxicants, all night long. Andre whispered to Bad News that he was going to deliver his patented butt bump to the face, calling him boss. Bad News got into position, laying on the ground with his head resting on the middle turnbuckle, waiting for the butt to the face. But what he got was far different. The combination of the virus, the alcohol, and the motion of moving his butt backwards led to Andre losing control of his
Unfiltered.
no.
Unfiltered.
Without warning, he diarrheaed all over Bad News Brown.
No.
Truly,
With a
Bad
name
News
like
Brown.
Bad News Brown,
It
come
was
on,
bound to
man.
happen.
That's destiny.
That is Bad News Brown.
Yeah, I thought
Oh, God.
I thought you were saying
Andre!
that he used to do it on purpose if he was upset, and I feel like
He did that. There's stories of that too.
as a grown man that has to be a skill. I mean, if I asked you to do it right now,
No.
I don't think you could. I couldn't.
I think I want to move on,
Right?
guys.
I could.
Thank
I
you.
can consciously do
I
that.
think I want to move on.
Okay.
I think
Okay,
we're
Riz.
done here.
That's enough.
You could,
We've gone deep enough in this well.
yeah. Well, once we're talking about Andre the Giant crapping in a bucket and then diarrheaing on the face of a wrestler named Bad News Brown, I think we've exhausted this
Yeah, I get it.
this topic, especially on World Book Day, guys.
Oh,
World Book Day.
World Book Day.
What's your favorite book?
World Book Day. And the UN made this an official holiday back in 1995. It's April 23rd because old Bill Shakespeare died in 1616, 409 years ago today. Old Bill Shakespeare.
Billy Shakes.
He was, how old was Bill Shakespeare?
Oh,
when he
back in
died?
those days, probably 32.
He was 51 or 52. Nobody's really sure. So what was the last book you read? What was the last book you read, Learn?
Well, I have 3 kind of going right now. So I have, I'll have what she's having, Chelsea Handler's new book. I have Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins going. And then I've just dug up like an old health book from Darren Olien that I'm reading again. So Mel Robbins and Chelsea Handler actively going right now.
I don't remember the last book I read.
Oh, no. You read a lot of stuff online, and so I feel like
Yeah.
that you get that itch scratched.
I do like a good biography
I do too.
or autobiography.
That's all I read. I don't read any fiction.
Yeah, I'm not a fiction reader, but I was thinking about this because a poll found a third of Americans have not read a book in the last year,
Yeah.
and I have not.
Now, do you,
I can't think of in the last year if I read a book.
count audiobooks as reading a book?
Does it count?
I think it does because you're consuming the book, even if it's audibly. You don't think so, Rafe?
No, I don't know why it wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same book. It's a book.
Well, but that's like saying I watched the movie, so I read the book. Because
No,
it's
I
a
mean,
different
the book-
medium.
You're actually getting the book read to you. That's
Yeah, I
different
know.
than the
The
movie.
book's verbatim.
But then that's like saying I'm reading a book when I'm listening to the radio. I've recently switched gears on this because I think
You don't think it counts?
But if I read War and Peace verbatim over the radio, that would be a different vibe, right?
Than
I don't.
somebody just talking.
People
about
would
the
tune
book.
out for one, but
I feel
Second.
like people. I feel like people who say that getting one of those Audible books. I feel like people who say that counts as reading. We're cheating ourselves.
I don't
Yeah,
think
me
so.
too. I think it's like a different tier. There's reading and then
different
it's
medium.
underneath reading. It's
You're
like
consuming
you're listening.
Yeah,
It's like a
you
visual
are
versus
consuming
an
it.
audible.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's not
Which are
picking
two
up
different.
a book and turning a page.
I don't know. I disagree.
I think there's
it's reading the book.
something of the absorption of the brain that is different. I don't think it's less or more, or I don't think it's worse or something. Like I feel like you're offended or something. I think I used to be offended when I would listen to, because I used to do the Audible a lot, and people were like, "Oh, you didn't read that," and I would be like, "Yes, I did." And like I thought they were,
I
thought
be
they were
offended.
attacking me.
I would almost be offended by that.
I know, and that's why I was
no,
like,
I read it, but I had somebody else read it.
but I feel like
But the author read it to me.
I used to listen to this history podcast, and they were 4-hour episodes.
Oh, that Dan.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I forgot his name too, but those were basically like reading books. But I wasn't reading a book; I was listening to a lecture, and they're not the same thing. My brain was absorbing it in a different way. When the books that I have read, and maybe do this exercise: the books that you've read versus the books that you've listened to, have you absorbed them differently?
Absolutely.
Well, then, how can you say it's the same thing?
Well, it's like visual learners versus people that learn from listening.
Huh?
So I feel like you are consuming differently, but you're still getting the book. Like it's not like if you were listening to a podcast of somebody talking about the book and they weren't reading it verbatim.
Yeah.
I think what Rafe is saying is the actual book is being read to you, so therefore it's the same as if you were reading it yourself with your own eyeballs. You're listening to it instead.
For me personally, I feel like I do absorb a little more when I read it myself.
really,
because you can go back. That's what I love.
There's something about it, how your
You can
own
rewind.
mind is narrating it to you.
Yeah.
And I feel like
Imagination.
I feel like I remember the book more when I do that. Like the past some of the past biographies I read. Whether it be the Heroin Diaries from Nikki Sixx or Scar Tissue from Anthony Kiedis.
yeah.
I do remember, or Slash's book. Yeah, I remember reading those. I remember having them
Right.
in my hand.
See, those are to me are more. I'd rather if someone's an autobiography, I'd rather them read it.
Yeah, me too.
It's their voice. I only like Magic Mind, I think. Was that the one you recommended to me? That was the last one I read fully, and then I'm in the middle of ADHD is awesome, and I'm reading that one on a paper. If it's something with actionable steps, I like to have the book. If it's like teaching me something, if it's how to write a script or it's how to do something or some sort of something that requires an actionable step from me where I need to stop and do something, then I like to have the paper copy. But if it's like an autobiography, I'd rather hear, like I read Roseanne Cash's autobiography and she narrated it, and I feel like hearing it in the artist's voice almost makes it stick with me more.
And you know what? I did Green Lights from Matthew McConaughey, and he read it.
Amazing audio.
And I think it's better with him reading it,
100%.
to me than me reading it.
Exactly.
100%.
And also Tom Segura's book.
And Dave Grohl.
He read
Amy Poehler's Yes Please book is
Tom Segura read his book to me.
It's great.
And it was better than what I would have done.
Yeah.
That's
But,
great.
but I feel like you guys are all agreeing that.
But is it reading?
But it's not reading. That they're very different things.
It's consuming.
Well-
You're getting held up on the reading part of it. Like, yes, reading something means that you are looking at something and it's all in your brain. You're reading it to yourself. But you're still consuming the book.
But are we
I
reading a
totally
book?
agree. But I'm
We're
saying
consuming it.
his initial question was, if you listen to an audiobook
Right.
and somebody asks you, did you read that book?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know everything that happens in that
I've
book.
changed my mind on it. I don't think it's reading.
Okay.
I don't know because,
disagree.
dude, maybe it's just my brain, but there are times I can check out
Oh, yeah.
reading. I'll read pages of a book and be like, I absorbed. I have to go back.
Because your eyeballs still move through each line, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, wow. I remember that time you dropped a brick on someone's toe in 3rd grade? And I'm just like, paragraphs are still moving. Words are still going in my eyeballs,
That's
but
not
they're not
really
getting
reading.
to my, cortex.
I
feel like the retention rate for me, it can go either way. Sometimes Audible, I feel like I absorb more if I'm not super
I do that
distracted.
with. Don't you do that with listening as well? You space
Yeah,
out, but
yeah,
now you
zone
don't.
out.
Now you don't even have
That's my point, is
defined place as to where you can go back.
Yeah, I can hit rewind. I mean, sometimes I'll be like, I missed that whole last 5
By the way,
minutes.
it's Dan Carlin's Hardcore History.
That's what it was. I used to listen to that all the time. That was. I listened to it on 2X, and it was still a 3-hour investment.
Okay, 4 hours on the Roman Empire. Sweet.
And
you're a speed reader.
Yeah, yeah, and that felt like I was being read history lessons, history books.
Sure.
Well, and again, back to this. What was the last book you read? If you can't remember, you're not alone. A poll found a third of Americans have not read a book in the last year. I'm a little surprised that 2/3 have. Come on. 2/3 of us have read a book in the past year.
Comics.
I feel like it's more popular than it was 10 or 20 years ago.
2/3. So 2/3 of people. Come on.
When's the last time you've been in a bookstore? Because they are freaking packed these days. Granted, there are
Couple weeks.
fewer.
I go to Barnes & Noble on Clarkson.
Was there a
pretty
lot of
often.
people there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel like that. I feel like there was a time there where every time I was in a bookstore, I was like, "Whoa, there's nobody in here."
Does it count if it's like I went to Left Bank Books and bought some cool architecture books, but there's a lot of pictures in there. Do those count?
Yeah.
Sure. Because it's part of the narration. It's part of
There's
the
words in there. There are pages of words, but there's also
schematics.
I bought Cheap Old Houses and American Gothic.
That's sweet.
How hip are you? Going to Left Bank Books and picking up some architecture
Yeah.
books.
This is a man of
Would you
culture.
have a latte after?
I need
Let's
more.
just say I petted the cat.
Oh, I love their little
look at
residential
look
cat.
Look at this guy, huh?
I even
He's a
let
man of the city.
A man of the
You are. It's
I even let
proud of
you know what I know the truth? The cat dropped a toy in front of a book and I took it as a sign and I bought
Okay.
it. So I don't know, man. Am I right around the corner from a Subaru Outback? Maybe.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Plenty of room for books in the back.
So yeah, I'm gonna run a little mobile library out the back of my Outback.
Sue Bookaroo.
Bring a book, leave a book.
63% of us would like to read more. 66% of a collection of books at home, probably lined up on a shelf like little trophies.
Oh, yeah.
Look how smart I am, guys.
I literally just this weekend reordered a book that I thought I had just read on my phone. You know how you have the book app. And Tim's like, no, we have this in paperback. And I'm like, well, crap. So I even have that problem where I'm like ordering again,
Oh, yeah.
because I'm a moron. Because it's the same thing Rafe was talking about. Has little steps or recipes in it that you want to have
Right.
tangibly.
My wife has at any given point 3 books that she's reading currently. There's one in the bathtub. That's right now. She's got a philosophy book by it's the history of philosophy by the bathtub. She's got another book that she reads during the morning.
I'd rather have a toaster plugged in by the bathtub and read that.
Are you? What? It's a Will Durant and Ariel Durant book.
Oh, okay.
Very cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
They're one of my favorites, man.
Have some respect.
Hey, we got a librarian.
Sorry.
Man.
I love their work, dude. Sorry you missed it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Too.
I'm also upset.
If you need to borrow it, I have like
I still
much
have
Will Durant stuff.
I'm going to make some toast tonight and soak. That's what I read. Okay, so
We got a librarian on the chat.
Yes.
By the way. I'm a librarian, masters and all, and audiobooks count. Activated the same portions of the brain that it helps enjoy reading. It totally counts and is a great choice.
All right.
Thank you, librarian.
All right. That's the,
So audible books do count as reading?
That's what a librarian's saying, and I trust librarians.
She's wrong.
What?
I mean,
How'd you know it was
It's
a
a
she?
person-
yeah.
in
What
the-
are you saying?
This is a person in their.
How'd you know it was a she?
It could be a
Place.
25-year-old guy.
I thought you
jumped-
said she.
You know what you just did?
It's not.
You jumped to a conclusion, my man. It is a woman, but so what?
it's not reading a book. Come on. Who are we fooling? We're only fooling ourselves. We're only fooling ourselves. It's not reading a book. It's listening to a book.
Yeah, misses a couple elements.
It's listening to a book. It's fine. It doesn't make you any less smart. You're still absorbing it, but in a different way. It's fine. Well, we're fooling ourselves. It doesn't count.
Okay.
Final decision. I'm
So
sorry, librarian.
So when's the last time you actually looked at a book with your eyes and consumed it?
I think probably 2 or 3 years ago, honestly.
Whoa.
I mean, other
That
than
surprises me.
Other than like a cookbook or
Yeah. Playboy.
Playboy.
Still thumbing through the old Playboys.
I think the last book I read cover to cover was the Beastie Boys book.
That's a big, thick. That's
That was a
huge
big, thick book.
book. Yeah.
Scott gave me a book.
Yes.
It was Brian Johnson from AC/DC's book.
Yeah.
That one?
You know what? And it's sitting on my nightstand.
It's almost been tempting to read.
It's been calling to me. Read me.
Please.
Read me. Please read me.
I need someone to.
Stop fooling ourselves. Come on.
Yeah.
Today is also National Lost Dog Awareness Day. So Lost Dogs of America says today is a day aimed to bring attention to all dogs that are lost each year, while also celebrating the thousands of lost dogs successfully returned with their families, or reunited with their families. There's also a network of Facebook pages dedicated with reunited lost dogs with their owners, and you go to lostdogsofamerica.org to find more information. But, I'm lucky enough to have my dogs still in my yard, even if a gate's left open. Mm-hmm. God forbid, the dogs kind of stay put. The last real incident was when Moon's dog ran away.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah.
When radio bolted.
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal.
She's gone for just under 17 hours. Had to call off the search that evening. Come on the radio, put it APB.
Yeah.
And St. Charles Police, thank you very much. They were a huge help. And they were the ones that found her.
That's great.
Have you ever helped a stranger recover their lost dog?
Yeah, actually, last week I had a listener email me, and he asked me to put on my socials the pup that he was missing, and I got an email on Monday that the dog came back.
Yay.
Nice.
I don't know if my email or sending out on socials helped, but
Hey,
hopefully-
listen, we as a show, we've done that, quite a bit. You send us, your little flyer, a little Facebook posting. We're happy to share it.
Yeah.
I dreamt I found a lost dog over the weekend in Austin and was really bummed. It was such a cute dog.
What'd it look like?
It was kind of a little brown, not a Benji looking dog, a little bigger. Kind of looked like a mix between a golden retriever and like a chocolate lab or something. But man, it was a cute ass dog. And I was actually disappointed when I woke up and the dream wasn't real. Because I was like, oh, look at this. I found this dog. He hopped in my car.
He hopped in your car?
The solid ass dog.
And it was like a cool dog. He already had a bandana on, which should have been a clue. He probably was owned by somebody, but
Well, dude, we had the
it's my
opposite.
dream.
We had the opposite happen. In real life, a dog came up kind of towards our back door or our back fence and was barking and acting weird, and I'd never seen this thing before. I have no idea what the breed is. We'll have to figure out what it is. But we got it, and I was checking for a collar. There was nothing on it, and we brought it within the fence. And this thing was, I mean, the spongiest, puffiest, most hairy thing you've ever seen. It's just a big, giant, like a burlap sack of hair. And
Chow?
yeah, but it was like gray and white. It was like I never really seen one of these things before. And we were looking on all the apps trying to figure out what the owner was, right? And we got to keep radio inside, and this thing is outside by the pool. And guys, it fell in the pool.
Yeah.
So then I had to go dig it out of this pool. And I'm like, oh God, I got to save this dog. So
That's
I get
a
it
wet
out.
dog.
And wet. I mean, it is a sponge. This is it just gained 50 pounds in water weight because it's packed with water. The fuzziest dog you've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm trying to dry it. It takes like 6 or 7 towels to dry it. We're trying to figure out where this thing belongs. Somebody says that they're missing this type of dog in South County, nowhere near St. Charles. And we're on the phone. This guy sounds.
How long ago was this?
This was a couple of years ago, and this guy sounds like kind of fishy, and like it doesn't sound right. It sounds like he's saying like he's almost describing the dog, but not really describing the dog. And he's like, "We'll come pick it up. What's your address?" I'm like, "Oh, hang on, man. How did your dog get up here? When did you lose this dog? You know, this dog."
Well, it's amazing how much distance those dogs could cover.
But not in a couple
Especially
hours because he
spongy
said he had
ones.
lost
Oh,
it
it was
that
a couple
day.
hours.
So it was really confusing. We weren't sure what to do, and just when we were at our kind of wits' end, trying to figure out what to do because it was running the house.
Maybe
for
it was
the
just
whole
a
day.
coincidence that somebody was missing the same type of dog.
Well, I went out to make sure it wasn't in the pool, and it was gone.
Oh, dog ran away.
I don't know how it got all over
somebody
our
else's
fence.
In the
problem.
filter or?
No, I don't know what it was, dude.
Hopefully taken by a hawk.
Yeah.
No,
What's wrong with you?
much
What's
bigger
wrong
than
with
that.
you?
Lost dog day.
Taken by a hawk that befriended the dog. That in midair, they became friends.
Taken by a hawk to go back home.
Yes.
Oh God. No.
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish.
The hawk delivery.
Taken by a hawk to go back home.
Homeward bound.
Dude, right? And
Third
I know this is where the
installment.
dream came from. When I was in Austin, I went to a Jew Boy's Burger. That's what it's called. Don't cancel me. It's very good. And I went outside in the patio, and there was an Air Bud.
Like a golden retriever.
With
Straight
a
up Air
jersey
Bud,
on?
dude.
What are we talking about
I mean,
right
this dog looked like he was going to dunk. And as soon as I made the door, I couldn't. Some dogs will get you where you can't even control yourself. I just pointed at him, and I go, me and you got a date, and you're getting petted unless your owner says I can't do it. And this dog, I swear to God, he knew what I said because he just looked at me and he was like, you're right, we do. And he got hyped. And they're like, well, he never does this. And I'm like, maybe they're playing with me. But I felt good.
I think this is what it was.
And the dog's name was Bodie,
Craig, the engineer here at Hubbard, has a dog like this.
named after Patrick Swayze. Is that a coincidence?
Bodie? Oh, that's
The
awesome.
dog's name was
From Point
Bodie.
Break?
It looked like Bodie from Point Break with like the Air Bud hair.
Back off.
And as
poor
soon as I
child,
pointed at him, he like
seriously.
saw the Swayze, and we saw the Swayze in each
Did you
other.
say, I am an FBI agent?
That's Keanu's.
Yeah, it's Keanu. You yelled at it.
Yeah,
I am an FBI agent.
Dude, Craig Rutledge has
Johnny
this exact
Utah.
dog.
It's a Keyshawn.
And it's so cute. It looks like a damn bear.
Oh, Keyshawn.
Dude, I mean, it is a bear. And if it falls in a pool,
It's not a
Good
great
luck.
swimmer.
It's like a Pomeranian got big and realized
yeah,
itself.
lab-sized Pomeranian. You're
Looks like a cotton ball your girlfriend used to take her eyeshadow off.
And I support that because that's cool as hell.
It's got the stains here.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Well, it is National Lost Dog Awareness Day, so just be aware.
Be aware.
Great.
Be aware of
observation.
the awareness. If you don't have a dog, you may think every dog is a behavioral problem. But if you do have a dog, you might say, my dog doesn't have any behavioral problems. My dog is perfect. Well, wrong. I have the perfect dog. A study found over 99% of dogs in the U.S. have behavior problems. And they collected data from more than 43,000 dogs of various breeds, ages, sizes, and locations. And the dogs were analyzed based on stuff like aggression, separation and attachment issues, fear and anxiety, pooping or peeing inside. And in the end, there's only about a 1% chance of you having a quote-unquote perfect dog. 99.12% of dogs showed at least one behavior-related, moderately serious, or at least two problems of moderate to serious intensity. Separation and attachment behaviors were the most common. Those things include, restlessness and pacing and following people around the house, sitting close to them, escape attempts, or barking and chewing items when left alone. Aggression is next, and that includes growling, snapping, biting. Minor behavior problems, may seem relatively harmless, but experts say it's important to work with your vet or appreciate what might be going on in the dog's mind and recognize what special care is required. Cat the dog today has to go get her teeth cleaned.
How often does this happen?
It's really the first time that she's being put under for it.
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, I see.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's a big deal.
Is she getting put under because she doesn't do well with people all up in her
No,
face?
because they got to do like she's, let me see, she's almost 6 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're actually probably blowing off
They're getting in there.
Yeah.
And I think they have to for dogs, right? Don't they always put them under whenever they do the big clean?
This is like the big clean.
I don't know.
Do you brush your dog's teeth at home?
We give them those dental chews and
Okay.
on the regular vet visits, they get their teeth checked out. And
Right.
This is the first one where the vet's like, you need to, cat ear's getting up in age. 6 years old now.
Radio's behavior is fine, but she does not do well with the groomers. When you got to drop them off at whatever place and they got to sit there for 6 hours and do that whole thing. So we're actually going to, especially with Stanley now, he needs his nails clipped and all that stuff. We're going to get one of those mobile ones. We're going to have one of those
that's
mobile
cool.
grooming service. You ever done that
Yeah,
before?
it's
Yeah, my in-laws
You have?
do that.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of anybody doing that, and I think that's what we're going to do here.
Yeah, it's cool. They come right to the house. They
went
have
out-
like a van and the.
Yeah, it's got like a shower in the back and all that.
Yeah.
When we were kids, there was one that would always come and take care of our dogs.
Interesting.
Just
Okay.
roll right up your driveway and they're done.
Here's the deal. So most dog owners will admit that their dog has at least a couple issues, but others will insist, that their dog is one of the, 0.88%. And then when something does happen or somebody witnesses, their dog acting out, they'll say stuff like, "Oh, Luna never does that. I'm not sure what's up with her today." We know those people. Your dog sucks.
So angry
But doesn't
about
your
it.
dog-
I don't understand.
Doesn't your dogs have two different personalities? Like if there's no one, if it's just you and the fam at home and they're used to you, they behave differently than if you have one extra guest in the house. Because ours they're so excited when there's a human in the house. That's not us.
Your dogs hate you?
No, our dogs are relaxed, but otherwise they're ready to play. They have to drop the ball every 10 seconds for the person. They're sitting there just waiting for them to
They were
look
like,
at them.
"Oh, thank God somebody else is just
Yeah.
going to have to deal with these two idiots."
We have new neighbors, and they were walking their dogs the other day, and they just got a new puppy. And Tim and I we were hanging out on our porch, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" And I wanted to introduce myself to these guys, and so I'm like, "Hi, I'm Lauren." Ba 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 ba. And really, what I'm doing is I'm like, "May I pet your dog?" I'm like, "What are your names?" And then, "May I pet your dog?" And it was a situation where one of the guys was like, "Well, you can pet the puppy, but don't touch our other dog because he's not good with people."
Do you find that weird?
No, and I was appreciative. I don't want to get my hand bitten off, but I was like, it was the first time in a long time that I've had that. No, please don't touch this dog.
If somebody wants a pet cat, I'm like, "Yeah, God." But if somebody wants to pet the other dog, I go,
Right.
You
Sure.
probably
That's
should.
how we
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
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 That's not.
But then it sucked because the puppy's like getting all the love, and this angry dog's like,
And no wonder that other dog's pissed.
right. I think it's
Yeah,
enhancing their pistum,
it's getting worse and worse, man. Because people just want the companionship. They don't want the job of training and taking care of an animal that needs attention and needs like exercise. And they also just like, people are so oblivious. It's like the lady on the plane with her kids the other day that didn't even say sorry. People are like that with their dogs too. Like when we were at Terry Black's in Austin, I saw another dog. It was a Rottweiler. It was a huge dog.
How was it, by the way, Terry Black's?
Amazing.
Was it amazing? Is it worth the hype?
It's worth the hype. The Austin barbecue gives St. Louis barbecue a run for its money. And that's hard for me to say, but it does.
I mean, again, we're on the tree of trust here.
okay.
Okay.
A run for its money?
Uh-huh.
Or is it far superior? And it's okay.
Riz, how dare you? How dare you?
Give the people what they want. They want the honest truth. Don't.
How dare he ask
You're
you
an
this
honest
with a
man.
microphone in front of you?
Yeah.
There are no microphones here.
Yeah, you should
Come on,
ask
it's
me
just
this in the office.
it's
I'll tell you this.
it's your pal
Don't
Riz.
placate St. Louis right now.
St. Louis, get to work because
Somebody's coming for you.
somebody's nipping at your heels.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So with that statement,
Here's the problem I have with Austin barbecue.
With
They
that
try to
statement,
zazz
it
it up
says
with,
that-
like, they try to make it too, they try to do the Texas thing where everything's got like ghost peppers in it. And I'm like, just, you're hiding behind trying to burn my tongue off. Like, but Terry Black's didn't do that. They had beef rib, brisket, turkey. They had it down to a science. This place was printing money, dude. All the sides were good.
when you say that
Cream corn.
hey, St. Louis, somebody's nipping at your heels, you're saying that St. Louis is ahead of Austin as far as Texas barbecue.
I even had some Texas people say they like St. Louis barbecue because it's mostly dry rub. I didn't realize what set us apart, and I'm a dry rub man, and I didn't realize that. We don't really we don't soak our stuff. We give the sweet sauce on the side. So I respect that, and it seems to be respected by people. There were people at because the chef came and talked to us at Terry Black's, and he's like, "Oh, you're from St. Louis?" He's like, "That's damn good barbecue."
Okay. And I've never been to Texas.
And he told me the difference. I never really could articulate it to anybody.
I've never been to Texas. I've watched plenty of Food Network and travel shows talking about how Austin barbecue is what it's all about now.
It's good, man.
Okay.
It was good. And this place specifically was very, very, very good at what they do. But I saw a dog there, and it was Rottweiler, and it had a choke collar, a shock collar, and like another chest harness on it. And I'm like, should this dog be sitting in the patio of a restaurant full of mouth-watering meats?
Right.
Like, it doesn't seem like you got a good handle on this dog if you got to have all of these devices to control it. And it's a huge, I mean, they're so big. And I'll be honest, the dog was cool. The dog
So
didn't
the
do anything
Rottweiler with a
crazy.
choke collar, a shock collar, a harness.
Yeah, he had one of those like metal, the ones that
Yes.
metal chain collars.
Yeah, I'm
that
imagining
dig
also
into.
choke
wheeled in
collar.
like Hannibal Lecter on a gurney.
And I'm just like, why would you think if I get that you're probably in the middle of training this dog because it did look like it wasn't done growing yet, but it was already very big.
Well, if you ask a trainer, that's a way to train the dogs to take it into a situation where there are a lot of people.
I get that, but man,
I don't want to. I get that too, but I don't want to be part of your experiment.
exactly. That was the thing. And this place is packed, dude. There's people. It is so busy in there that like they have a side station, and the sides were amazing, by the way. That's the other thing that gives
Give
them
us the
bomb.
sides. Give us a rundown of what you saw.
They got cream corn. They had jalapeno, soft, sweet cornbread. They had barbecue brisket beans. They had creamed spinach. You don't see a lot of barbecue places.
No, you
Maybe
don't.
Mom.
That's more of a steakhouse side.
They had okra. They had
okra.
They had I don't remember all the sides, but it
fried
was,
okra or
Oh, it was fried, baby.
Oh, heck yeah.
what kind of question is that?
Come on,
Remember how
baby.
you found okra?
You had the Golden Corral.
At the Golden
Never
Corral?
had it before.
I know. Reminds me of
You
my
guys
good
were all
times.
witness to it. So you're talking about, and I guess I was gone the other day. The woman whose kid on the plane was running around and
Oh, yeah, with the fork.
stabbed another passenger with a fork,
Little baby murderer. Yeah.
and the mom was like, "I don't know." Right? What was the story there?
Kids are just going to be
Kids
kids.
are gonna be kids.
Yeah,
you know
they're
how you're
cute.
supposed to. They're on
Little
the plane.
Tracy loves to stab cute boys.
All right, this is making the rounds on social media and on parenting blogs. It's an Australian mom. Her name is Renee. It's RENEE with a little thing over the one
Little
of the
party up
E's.
there? Mhm.
With the little
Renee.
Party E.
Renee.
That's how you say it.
Renee.
Ah, Renee.
That's just how they enunciate.
Rennie.
So this mom, Renee, she says she and her family were kicked out of a restaurant because her toddler Ziggy
Cute.
wouldn't stay in his seat while they waited for food.
Oh, so this was a normal situation for every parent. Yeah.
So Renee and her family went out to eat after a long day. The restaurant didn't have high chairs, but she said, that's fine. Her son usually sits at the table at home. So Ziggy, let's just say, looking at his age, 3 years old. 3, maybe 4 years old. At first, Ziggy sat at the table with him, but as toddlers do, he got up, started exploring a bit. Mostly just, touching a fake plant near the table. And Renee insists he wasn't running around or bothering anybody, and it was early, so the place wasn't crowded. Eventually, a staff member was like, hey, can you keep Ziggy seated for safety reasons? It's starting to get busier now, and you got hot food and trays and stuff coming out. So when she couldn't keep the kid sitting, they were told, hey, we're not going to serve you unless you control your kid. So she decided to leave. And then, of course, she goes to social media to vent. And I'm sure she's looking for sympathy, but I don't know if she's getting it.
I've got a busy toddler, yes. He sits on a chair at home, he'll eat at the table with us. Not perfect, but he'll eat with us. He got off the chair, he went and said hello to the people next to us. They came over to me and they said, could you please put your child in the seat? Well, if he can't sit down the whole time, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Sorry, if he's not going to sit there the whole time, I'm sorry, we can't serve you here. And we left. Now we're in the hotel room. Something like that can just be really upsetting. I said, you obviously are not kid-friendly here.
Okay. So now she's crying about it. The restaurant's like, hey, this is about safety. The entrance is narrow, hot food's being served, you got a toddler wandering around, which could be a hazard to staff. And not only that, but other customers don't want to deal with your kid.
It's a hazard to anything.
Yeah.
And her emotional rambling goes on for almost 3 minutes and she's laying in a bed recording this video while the kid is next to her, trying to get her attention.
I don't know. Pay attention to your child more.
What?
Across the board.
Why? What good would that do?
I mean, I have a lot of empathy for parents with unruly children. All my friends have toddlers right now, and when we go out to brunch, it's pandemonium. And some people are better at wrangling these little outlaws in, and some are too passive. And sometimes I'll wrangle. I'll pick them up.
You'll help.
I'll help. It's annoying. I'm sure it's annoying for parents they can't go anywhere. Like, I know some people that just don't go anywhere.
Right, but this is the cost of having children.
Those are the good ones.
Right. And they wait till they're old enough to be a little bit more mature to handle it.
Know your weaknesses as a parent. If you are a passive and you don't like wrangling your kid, then don't take them out when they're young like that.
I just don't like that it's somebody else's fault.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no accountability on the end of I was an unruly child. My brothers and I but when we went to the rare occasion we went out, our asses were in seats. I promise you. And it was like, I used to work at a restaurant. And there would be people let their kids roam table. There'd be kids taking green beans off other people's table, and I'm like, that's so cute. And I'm like, it's cute to you,
right?
But to the other people who came out to have their Saturday night and spend $80, $100 on a meal, they may not love your little
booger fingers and my green beans.
Fingers up in the green beans.
What's wild is how divided people are online. Some people are like, well, the restaurants, are right to set boundaries so people could not just dine safely, but not
Peacefully.
be bothered.
Right.
Others are like, well, parents and kids deserve to eat out too. And that a little curiosity from a toddler should not be such a big deal. Well, it is a big deal, and it's a big deal to the people that own the restaurant. And yeah, you could go out to dinner.
Would you rather
go to a place where they got a high chair and you could strap your kid down?
Would you rather hear it from the restaurant, which I think is the professional way to go about this, or hear it from the actual other people at the table? Because would you, let's say you have toddlers and they're getting nuts, and your son is going over to a table, and the people over there are just trying to have a nice meal. Maybe it's a couple, all right? You want a manager or staff of the restaurant to come over and be like, hey, you need to settle your kid down? Or do you want the other patron to come over and be like, you need to get your kid under control?
God, I can't even imagine that happening in my life.
Right. But
my son, can you imagine your kid wandering over? You are a parent that doesn't pay attention to your kid, that wanders away from your table and goes to another table to bother somebody else.
That was the red flag in this story, was she said he was exploring, and another patron returned him to our table.
Okay, hey,
so I'm like, your
little Magellan over there needs to.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He wasn't discovering table 5. If your kid is if you're so checked out that your kid is being returned by another diner to be like, hey, you lost something, you're not doing your job.
You're not doing your job.
I'm sorry.
And they said this is a nice restaurant. This was a nice restaurant. You know, she says,
I don't even care if it's a Texas Roadhouse.
She
No
says
offense.
what the man didn't know, and this is she talking about the manager. She says what the man didn't know was just how exhausting her day had been, chasing after her busy toddler. She says it's just such a reminder that you just don't know where people are or what they're doing at the moment. Something like that can really be effing upsetting. So why do your problems have to be my problems?
I mean, don't you remember your parents, if you'd try to slide under the table to leave and they're like, get back up there. And they make you sit?
Yeah, first of all, you block them in.
Yeah.
You get a booth and you block that little.
The lack of self-awareness is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, step one is if
Yeah,
you
you
have a
get
kid
upset.
that tends to do this, go let him explore at the park, not at a restaurant. You don't take kids to restaurants.
Right.
Yeah.
If I had a kid that had a tendency of getting tired around X amount of time, guess where I didn't go? Public dinners, when I know the kid is going to be exhausted or fussy or exploratory or whatever it is. Like, this is what you asked for when you had a kiddo. You're responsible for how this kid interacts and all that. You know the habits. You know the behavior.
Right, and it's not like you're being deprived nourishment. We live in a world where you can have anything delivered to your hotel
Anything
room
you
any
want.
time of day.
At any time.
Now,
You
Moon,
don't have to be here.
if you were another diner, would a wandering kid bother you, or would you be fine with it?
No, I think I'm pretty chill for the most part with all this stuff. I would say more chill than the average.
And for me, I would say, okay, one time, fine.
Yeah, no, like, I don't think.
One time, fine, I get it.
I think it would take a tremendous amount to bother me. It really would. Just because it's not that I've been there in this scenario. Because a lot of times, like when I had toddlers, I just didn't. I didn't go out to eat. It's just that wasn't in the schedule because I've got toddlers. I've got things to handle. They're first, and I'm not gonna. If I was out at dinner and I had a kid start crying, I mean, it was less than a split second. That
Same.
kid was in my arms, and I was taking him outside.
I would do that in a grocery store.
Yeah, because I'm not going to disrupt these people's experience. Now, if that's happening to me, I'm going to be pretty chill and whatever and let it happen. As long as the
depends
kid's not putting sauce on my clothes or something.
It depends on the day for me. Listen, if I'm looking forward to going out to dinner and having, a drink with the wife and
Right.
I can't
just
imagine.
chill, and I got some kid, get out of here.
It's also the restaurant of which you are in.
Yeah, like a one syllable name,
Like at
no kids allowed to talk.
Chipotle, I can deal. Like, okay, unruly children. But if I'm at like Annie Gunn's and I'm paying $1 million for my meal and I'm
Yeah.
just maybe we're on a hot date, maybe we
Right.
got dressed
Like, I
up.
don't-
I don't want any kids around me at all.
I don't want to parent your kid.
Right.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yeah. You chose the child.
You know what I would say? I would say, hey, little boy, come over here.
We,
This hamburger
gosh.
I'm eating, made up of the other little kid that was
try this
Oh, my
Tabasco.
Lord.
wandering around.
Drink this Tabasco.
Try this.
You want some tomato
Oh,
juice?
you're a
This
criminal. Well, you weren't here.
hamburger I'm eating is made from the other kid that was wandering around here last night.
You weren't here Monday, but I had a Riz moment on the plane, and a little more forgivable on the plane because you got to fly. But a lady's kid was crawling under my seat and pushing up with their feet from underneath,
Yeah.
and grabbing my pant legs and screaming and hit me with a leapfrog and hit her sister, made her sister cry like 20 times, screaming bloody murder the whole flight. The mom was not strapping her in, she was popping over my seat, popping over the seat. There were people 3 rows in front of me turning around, doing the whole.
And
like,
you know that's
passive-aggressive.
on. It's not just on the parent; it's on the airline too.
Yeah, and there was like a flight attendant that was like placating, and it was kind of making me mad.
Yeah, and you know
This
what?
guy
That's
was
on the
like,
airline too.
Are you drawing me a picture? And I'm like, you guys see this kid terrorizing everyone, and you're just ignoring it and trying to be like the cool flight attendant because you don't have to. We're in the middle of the plane. You get to go hit in the back.
Am I wrong by saying flight attendants? You're in charge of people's comfort here in the
Yeah.
tube.
They're lifeguards.
Yeah, you're the lifeguards.
They got the whistles. They're ready to roll.
You think they're noticing
You're the hall
kids,
monitors. Yeah, but obviously if a kid's crawling around and people are turning around, you know there's some kind of activity going on.
And they also know those carts can actually feel pretty good when it bumps a kid's head.
You guys are terrible.
Wait a minute, you guys.
No, I'm saying that's why they tell kids to get out of the aisle.
You're threatening the burger grinding, you know.
I'm not saying to
Brown
grind up.
children.
I'm not saying to grind up the kid. You just scare them.
That's an 80s mom move.
Turn
Hitting
around.
them
You
with
know.
drink
We're
carts.
going to call the police if you don't shut up.
The
I
old
mean-
kindergarten cop.
At the end of the day, you know, we were all kids. We were all idiots. I'm sure we bothered some people.
Well, yeah.
Remember when he had the
okay.
pencil in kindergarten cop and he told the kid on the plane, if you don't stop screwing around back there. And that kid just starts crying.
Yeah.
You're tempted to do that, of course, but I found the comedy in it. I was like, I'll just make content out of it. And this kid, like, visiting me, his little hand was, like, poking up through it was like raising my shade and lowering my shade. Like, her little arm would come up and be like, clack, clack, clack. But I had a Riz moment, and I don't want to revisit it because we talked about it Monday for too long, but I did have a moment where I felt like you would appreciate that. I was like, end of flight, we're all standing up, getting our luggage to get off the plane. I'm like, this is when the mom will say, sorry, I know they're wild. You've been very tolerant. You're a good man.
Here's my number.
And nothing.
Nothing, huh?
Not even an acknowledgement that her little Tasmanian devil was terrorizing not just me, but her other child the entire flight, and the other lady in front of her. The lady sharing a seat with me was visibly annoyed. She was doing a lot of huffing and puffing because she had her earbuds in. She was working on some kind of PowerPoint. I don't know what she was doing, but
It would take me 3 days to get over it.
yeah.
We're on day 3 right now.
No, it would take me 3 days to get over not the kid, but the mom.
The mom,
Yep.
yeah.
The mom.
It's never the
Again,
kid's fault.
being.
I wasn't mad at the kid.
Let's be
it's,
fair. It's rarely the kid's fault.
It's sometimes the
Do you
kid's fault.
appreciate whenever
So
the
rare.
moms board the plane with a noisy kid and they hand out the little sacks of thank you ahead of time because my kid's going to be a terror?
I've only had
I've
that
never seen
happen
that.
once, and it has disarmed me.
Okay.
Yeah, it is smart.
Yeah,
I've had it a
That's
couple
nice.
times, and
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never had that.
It's disarmed me. I'm like, okay, these parents are aware of what's going to happen. And I, you know what? And as somebody who had 2 kids we flew a lot with, it sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. But also acknowledge the people around you that have to deal with your problem.
Yeah.
Because your problem has become everybody else's problem now.
How do you feel about the flight attendants who will rock the baby to sleep because mom is
What?
losing her mind and her kid won't? Maybe she's got 2 kids. You seen those stories about?
Well, how do you think
I've never seen that either.
I hate it. Learn, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Why do you hate it?
Hey, it
I don't
takes a
hate it.
vi-
Of course I don't hate it.
nice.
that is awesome.
Very
Takes
nice.
a village, man.
It's so sweet. I love those stories of like flight attendants.
How do you
helping
feel
out
about
moms.
human kindness?
I hate it.
I don't know. Like, would you want a flight attendant holding your child though?
Yes.
If my kid was out of control and wouldn't stop crying, yes.
And you're about ready to have a
Please.
mental breakdown in the middle seat.
Please, somebody help me.
There was a little extra insult to injury because right across the aisle from the lady whose kids were possessed by the devil, there was another parent with 2 kids, good as gold, on iPads, headphones, chill, little stuffed animals, eating Cheerios out of a bag, never made a peep the whole flight. So I'm like, it's doable. You
Oh,
have
yeah.
right to your right. Somebody's
yeah, it's
doing it.
doable. And listen,
But
kids
it-
have different personalities.
I
They
get
do.
that.
They do. But like you are training them as early as possible. And one of the greatest compliments I ever had in my life, and it happened a few times, like on planes and restaurants, is when a server or a flight attendant or somebody would come over and say, "Hey, I just want to acknowledge like how well behaved your
Yeah,
kids are."
it's great.
It was always the greatest. Like, thank you.
It's a good feeling.
I've put in a ton of work, and these are great kids that have responded extremely well and are adjusted well, and it's nice. But I ask you, when's the last time, or when was the first time you actually had like a full-on meal completely ruined by a scenario like this? Because we talk about this like it happens a lot, but I can't remember and maybe it doesn't affect me. Like I said, I was trying to think of an actual meal that was totally ruined, where I left and I was like, this meal was
No,
ruined.
see what happens is I walk into a restaurant, I scan, I see kids, I walk out.
smart.
Preemptive strike. I love
And
it.
if I see a kid walking, I go, check, please. When was
How
I
dare
don't
you
know.
let
I'm
that
sure
kid
it's
in
happened
here.
before. It's been a while.
Has it? Like you've actually had a meal ruined by kids like
I'm
this?
sure it's happened.
It's never happened to me. It's never happened.
Bet you it has.
You just endured.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's,
I've had it
it's
happen as a
whatever.
server.
I bet you it has happened.
The world's not a
Maybe-
perfect place. There's some kids, there's some parents that are going through things, or not
I
good
want it to be
parents.
perfect.
Like I got to
and
share
want
this
it to-
world.
I want
That's
the
what
world to bend to my will.
Everybody's the main character.
Everybody asks, yes, and learn. You know, you don't have any kids, but
That's true.
you know, watching, and maybe you've seen.
But
this,
imagine.
maybe, but my
You take your
point.
cats to a restaurant, and
my
it just
point-
hops on your table and smacks your glass down.
No,
into
my
the floor.
point to somebody helping you with the kid. And maybe you don't recognize this, but and the parents in this room could recognize this. The look on somebody's face, oh God, help me, please look. Like this kid is a nightmare right now. Can you please?
Right.
Yeah.
Please, I'm by myself with this kid who's out of control. Help me.
Yeah.
You know that look.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? As a parent, you could recognize that in other parents.
You can recognize it, and the way that you want to help is you want to go over and go, take him home. You got to go home. What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Yeah, but if they're traveling or something and there's
Yeah, traveling is a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
thing.
And I've seen that. I've seen that look on a parent's face.
Oh, yeah.
Travel.
Yeah, airplane. It is what it is.
You have okay.
And that's okay.
Help me. And I've seen people step up and like, I'll take the kid for a second, and you see the look of relief on the mother or the father's face.
Right.
Like, it takes a village, guys.
Yeah.
yeah, it does.
It takes a village.
Maybe that you should do that though, because now I like the idea of Lauren taking her cat to a restaurant unannounced.
Oh God, the cats would
And
want
be like,
nothing.
oh, he's just exploring. And the cat's like on the table, just slowly batting someone's iced tea. Just
Yeah. And somebody asks, "Is this cat yours?" And you go, "Well, kinda. That's Mr. Gray. He's the neighborhood
He's
cat."
everywhere.
And then
Yeah.
learns on TikTok crying for 5 minutes.
I know.
Think of me. I had to take Willow home and I didn't even get to finish my meal just because he was exploring.
He's so cute. I think anybody would love
Yeah,
to
this
have
is
his
my
little
cat,
ass on their table.
Christopher Columbus. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
This is my cat, Lewis and Clark.
Lewis and Clark, yes. All right. I know, we all got problems. Hey, should we do this little crap on celebrities trivia quiz now? Or you want to wait till after the break?
Sure.
I know I got a little something.
Do it now. Let's see. Let's have a nice little.
Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it live.
Do it.
You know, we do crap on celebrities every day. It's celebrity news, and I want to see how much you guys have absorbed over the years. Are we, when it comes to pop culture, do we know what we're talking about?
It depends on the moment. If it's a big one, yeah, I'll keep it. But little things, I just let.
You want to
go
keep
through.
score, Lauren?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I'll go around. And if the person doesn't answer, you could steal.
Your name? How do we steal?
Steal with your name.
All right.
Moon,
Yeah, dude.
what are Lady Gaga fans known as?
Monsters.
Learn.
Little monsters.
Little monsters. I'll give you little monsters, yes.
Yeah, get out.
It's little monsters, not just monsters, little monsters.
Great movie.
Yeah, the best.
Learn, what is Meghan Markle's real first name?
Oh boy,
That's not it.
3, 2, 1.
Megan.
Scott.
Scott.
Harry.
Harry Markle.
Rachel.
Rachel Markle.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah. who knows
Rafe,
that?
which edition of Real Housewives was Lisa Vanderpump on?
Oh, the Vanderpump, Real Housewives of Orange County.
Moon.
Yes.
Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Learn.
Yes.
Real Housewives of Miami.
Rafe again. Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Scott.
Moon.
Scott.
Real Housewives of New York.
Moon. Real Housewives of Canada.
Learn.
Answer is Beverly Hills.
Man, I was close.
Scott, who performed at the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show?
The 2023 Super Bowl halftime show was
In 3.
Beyonce.
Learn.
Rafe.
Learn.
J-Lo and Shakira.
Rafe. The Weeknd.
Moon.
Moon.
Eminem.
The answer is Rihanna.
I was going to say Rihanna. You didn't let me finish.
It's technically 2024.
Okay.
I was
Get
close.
your crap
February
together.
2024.
Yes, I was right.
Moon.
Yes, sir.
No points awarded. As of 2025, who has the most Instagram followers?
Learn.
Learn.
Kylie Jenner.
Rafe. Kim Kardashian.
Scott. Selena.
Oh,
Gomez.
Moon.
Buzz
Moon.
before I say
Back to Moon. Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
Oh.
Really? I don't follow
He
him.
Googled that.
No, I didn't, man. I can't Google that.
I see your
quickly.
little fingers
What does
clicking
he
on that
post?
mouse,
Yeah,
dude.
right, dude.
Learn.
Go.
What is Zendaya's last name?
Zendaya.
Rafe.
Jenkins.
Scott.
I heard a Skamoon.
It's Scott.
Scott.
Smith.
Oh, man, I was going to say Smith. That's it.
Learn. Wilson. Oh.
The answer's Coleman.
Coleman Campers text
she's a
line. That's
camper, yeah.
cool.
Zendaya Coleman
All right.
Campers text
Rafe.
line. Yeah.
Which pair had an all denim moment at the 2001 AMAs?
That's Brittany and Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a point, baby.
Scott, who is the only Kardashian without kids?
Chloe.
Learn. Kendall.
Yes.
Kendall.
Oh, Rob's got kids?
Oh, yeah.
Hang on.
He's got a million kids.
Isn't that a Jenner?
Yeah, but it's.
Oh, that's
yeah.
fourth.
That's
You set him up.
All of the
part of the
Kardashians
plan.
have
That's a
kids.
Jenner.
And then the stupid question is
That's a Jenner.
incompetent.
That's jacked, bro. She's
I
not
know.
a.
It's not Jack.
That's a Jenner.
Minus 2 points for Moon.
Okay.
Oops.
You had 0, dude.
Oh, because I
Moon,
speak the truth.
Moon,
Fine, I'll
get
stand
it
up
back,
for the
get
truth.
It back. Get it back. Julie Andrews is one award away from an EGOT. What is she missing?
Man, I feel like she's probably got an Oscar. She's probably. Oh, she ain't got no grant. Oh no, she's got a grant.
Scott.
What are you doing? I haven't even answered.
Too much time.
Scott.
Scott.
Oscar.
Moon. Emmy.
Yes.
Rafe. Tony.
Yes.
Darn it.
Julie Andrews is one Tony away from an EGOT.
You better get on it. Get on it, Julie.
Learn. Jennifer Lopez's 2000 Grammy Awards look led to the invention of what?
Are we talking green dress?
Yes. Led to the invention of what?
Show me nipple covers.
Rafe.
Yes.
Boob tape.
The answer is
Butt tape.
Google Images. Google Images.
Delaware.
Okay.
We were thinking way more practical.
Yes.
Oh, man.
I was thinking
I wonder when
Lululemons
nipple
or something.
covers were.
I wonder when double-sided booby tape was.
I don't know.
I wish I knew.
Rafe, what was Stan Lee's famous catchphrase?
Excelsior.
Yes.
Very good.
Wow.
Rafe in the lead. 3.
Scott, John Travolta famously butchered Idina Menzel's name at the Oscars. What did he call her?
Please get this.
3?
You all know this?
I do.
I do.
I don't know it.
2, 1.
Moon.
Ooh,
Ooh, that was a steal.
Okay, on the
you
count
little turd.
on the count of 3, you say it together.
He doesn't even know.
What?
He just didn't want you to get it.
On the
Three.
count of 3,
It's a
let
3,
me
2.
count it down.
I know, but it's a 3, 2, 1, go.
It's a 3,
Okay,
2, 1.
okay.
3, 2, 1.
Adele
Dazim.
Dazim. It's Adele
Azim.
Dazim.
Nope, Moon got it right. It's Adele Dazim,
Okay.
not Azim.
That sounded like they said that.
that's
Minus
perfectly
2
in
points
unison.
for
Are
Learn.
you sure? Wait,
What is wrong
It's
with
Adele
feel-
Dazim.
Okay, that's what
It's
I.
Adele Dazim.
Adele.
Adele.
Dazim.
Dazim.
Adele,
Adele
not Adele
Dazim.
Azim. Adele Dazim.
Adele Dazim.
Dazim.
Okay.
Adele Dazim.
Moon, what is the name of Prince William and Princess Kate's first baby?
William and Kate's first baby is Charles.
Learn.
Learn.
Uncle Billy Bob.
Scott.
Rafe.
Jonathan.
Rodney.
Oh, hold up. Don't say it yet.
It
I
is
thought it was Charlie.
No, don't say it yet.
Charlie bit my
Hang on a
finger.
minute.
3, 2.
His, oh, my God.
Go.
Archie.
Henry.
Ricky.
Henry.
It's George. It
Oh,
is.
yeah. Yeah,
Georgie.
Georgie.
So cute. You
Georgie bit
little
my finger.
Georgie.
Down here, Georgie,
The
everything
great-grandfather.
floats.
Okay.
Beep, beep, Georgie.
The great great
This
grandfather.
is
Word.
Learn's turn. Who was the first member to leave One Direction?
Zayn.
Whoa, good one, dude.
Bang, bang.
I wanna-
Hot one. Are you kidding me?
I'm-
Zayn's been hot the whole time, Harry.
know who
That's
that
what we
is.
always
I don't
say.
know what it is
Zayn
either.
Malik or whatever.
Rafe Williams, Ryan Gosling has 2 kids with what fellow celebrity?
That would be Eva Mendes.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Yes.
right.
She gave me a hug.
Super cute couple. She did?
Oh, yeah.
That's sweet.
Scott, before his relationship with Blake Lively, who was Ryan Reynolds married to?
Before Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds was married to
3, 2, 1.
Moon.
Moon?
Scarlett Johansson.
Yes.
Oh, Zach Galifianakis.
Please wait for the buzzer.
Wow.
Moon.
Yeah, you're fine.
Scarlett
You're
Johansson.
fine this time.
ScarJo.
Well, Moon, who is Scarlett Johansson married to now?
Colin Jost.
Yes.
They're having a baby.
Dang.
Having a baby.
He's pregnant?
He's
Congrats,
pregnant.
Colin.
All right.
Okay, learn. What is the name of George Clooney's famous aunt?
Oh, yes. That is Mrs. Clooney.
Good work.
Dude, I know this.
Oh,
Who is his aunt?
Famous aunt?
famous aunt. He's got a very famous
Very
aunt.
famous, yes.
Ooh.
His dad was a newscaster,
Is it Jemima?
and his aunt, it's not an actress either. It's like someone in business.
She's a singer. And 3, 2, 1. It is Rosemary Clooney. Rosemary
Of
Clooney.
course.
Oh.
Who doesn't know that?
This room.
Who's a man?
Rafe is still
Rafe.
up.
Feet down,
Rafe.
4 foot shoulders, and that's not all. Let's just imagine her being very old.
Which fashion designer created the, quote, little black dress?
Versace.
Moon.
Moon.
Donna Karen.
Learn.
Calvin Klein.
Rafe. Vera Wang.
Scott Yves Saint Laurent.
It is Coco
Rafe.
Chanel.
Faded
I should
glory.
know
Faded
this.
glory.
Faded glory.
Scott, what is the name of Beyonce and Jay-Z's firstborn?
It's not Skeeter. I'm going to go.
Skeeter.
Let's say Jonathan.
Rave. Rave.
No,
Rafe.
wait. You said wait for the goddamn
I said it
buzzer.
after the buzzer, too.
Hey,
You did not.
Everybody calm
Pull the
down.
tape.
Everybody calm down. Rafe.
Blue Ivy.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Just everything
Did you
has
know that?
been to-
Yes,
yes,
we
we
knew
all
that.
knew
Of
that,
course
and
we
we
know
waited till
that.
after the buzzer.
Okay. Calm down.
Oh, calm down. lost
I
points.
waited till after the buzzer began. You didn't,
just handed-
you didn't say wait till it for
Okay,
it to
calm
end.
down.
No,
Everybody
you're
settle
bending
down.
this.
Moon, this is an easy
You've
one
ruined
for
it.
you. Which celebrity couple called their divorce a conscious uncoupling?
Oh, that's Chris Martin and Gwyneth Paltrow.
That is
Very
correct.
good. Rafe 5. Learn 1. Moon 3.
Another round here. What do fans
0.
learn? What do fans of Chris Pine call themselves?
The Pine Needles.
Scott.
Pinewood Derby Boys.
Moon, pine cones.
Rave. Pine Tars.
The answer is Pine Nuts.
Sap Boys.
We all have some good ones, but that's the best
I
one.
think you're going to hit it. Rafe, who coined the term hot girl summer?
Ooh,
You better be.
I know this. Okay, Brad Summer was Charlie XCX.
Who
Hot
coined the
Girl
term
Summer
hot girl summer?
Was
Was in 3, 2, 1.
Reba McEntire.
Scott.
Scott.
Lizzo.
No.
Learn. Katy Perry.
Moon, any guesses?
Weird Al Yankovic.
Megan the Stallion.
Oh, yes. Of
cool.
course.
Get up.
I thought that was Wet Ass Summer.
No.
No.
Yeah, well, that's summer, dude.
Scott, I want you to name all 3 Hanson brothers.
There's Zach Taylor and Zach
Thomas.
Taylor and don't say that now. My brain. Zach Taylor and
Jonathan Taylor and Thomas.
Zach Taylor.
There's got to be
Zach.
like a Dave or something, right?
Zach Taylor
Corky.
And I know this. It's Zach Taylor and
Corky Hanson.
No.
He was the cross-eyed one.
In 3,
Zach Taylor
2.
and Jonathan.
Learn.
Learn.
Zach Taylor and Chris. Chris.
Moon, I'll say Michael.
Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen.
Rafe. Zach Taylor and Ichabod.
Close. Isaac.
Isaac!
Of course.
Half
The
a
old
point
one.
for being closest.
God dang.
Isaac.
That's a great
Wanna do
band. by
another
the way.
round?
If you
Yeah.
haven't seen them live, that is a great freaking band.
Yeah, they play about.
I got bullied with an Umbot being told
No.
of me when I moved here in 8th grade, so I will never love Hanson.
'Cause of your middle
Because I
part.
looked like Hanson, okay?
Truly, they are really
Before I
good.
started plucking my brows.
That middle
Moon,
part.
in Katy Perry's memorable halftime show, which backup dancer went viral?
Left Shark.
Boom.
Wow.
You got that, man.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Left Shark. What are they doing now?
Which legendary vocalist is the first cousin of another legendary vocalist, Whitney Houston? Which
cousin-
legendary vocalist, singer, is a first cousin of another legendary singer, Whitney Houston?
So this is Whitney Houston's cousin.
Yeah,
who's
first
also
cousin.
famous. I'm Mary J. Blige.
Could you repeat the question? Because I'm
What singer is first cousin of another famous singer, Whitney Houston? This is a legendary singer.
Rafe.
Gladys Knight.
Scott.
Yeah.
Tina Turner.
Moon. Cher.
Although they look alike, but no. Dionne Warwick.
Oh, what? I did not know that.
Damn it, I did know that because she talks about calling her
Who's up now?
about the Michael Jackson lyrics.
Rafe, I think, is up.
Rafe. Which singer's real name is Reginald Kenneth Dwight? I know. Moon knows this.
Moon is losing
Moon's
his
going for the
mind.
steal if you don't get this.
Reginald
Kenneth Dwight. Wait for the buzzer.
It's a singer. I'm going to say Elton John.
God.
Oh, got
Wow.
it. Yes.
Very good.
Nice work.
Scott, who was nominated for an Emmy for all 7 seasons of Game of Thrones?
Oh, what's her name? Well, I can't think of her name. It's the blondie.
Yes, 3, 2, 1. Learn.
Peter Dinklage.
Yes.
Yes, the
You were thinking of
blondie.
Amelia Clark.
Thank you. That's what I was to say. It
Mother
didn't get
of
nominated all 7
Dragons.
seasons.
All right. How many points does everybody have?
Moon has 4. I have 2. King has 0. And Rafe Williams has 6.
Okay. Should we do one more?
And
Yep.
yeah, make it worth
That's
something.
Each one of these is worth 4 million points.
Okay. This is exciting.
Moon. Which comedian voices BoJack Horseman?
I don't care. I have no idea.
Rafe. Will Arnett.
Yes.
Never seen it. Darn.
Great show. Great show.
That's won some.
It'll surprise you, too, on what the themes are in the show.
Which one is Will Arnett? Is that the Babe from?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one that does Lego Batman.
All right. I mix him
It was
up
made
all the
to
time.
married to Amy Poehler.
What's the name of the guy that's in Last Man on Earth?
Will Forte.
Will Forte. Yeah, I always mix the names.
Learn who voices the character of Elsa in the movie Frozen.
That would be Kristen.
Rafe. Michael Clark Duncan.
Moon. Adina Menzel.
Yes. Or otherwise known as Adele Dazeem.
Wow, callback question. That's cool.
Yep.
Adele Dazeem.
Rafe,
Yes?
what singer's debut album was The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess?
Oh, that is Chapel Roan.
Yes.
Nice.
This man is a pop culture fiend.
Just listening to that, it's a really good album. All the way through. Not
And
just
Scott.
Pink Pony Club.
This one is worth 4 billion points.
Oh, my gosh.
And whoever, if you're not going to get this, I know for a fact. So whoever steals it will win.
No one's gonna get this. Oh, he's not gonna get it.
He's not going to get it for sure.
Oh.
But you know what? Actually,
Watch this.
we'll see.
Have a little faith.
Scott, who was the first female host of Saturday Night Live?
Joan Rivers.
For 4 billion.
Rafe. Lily Tomlin. Wow. I thought that was a dunk.
Who was the first female host of Saturday Night Live?
Carol Burnett.
No.
Moon.
Any guesses, Learn?
Learn. Show me Meryl Streep.
No. Meryl Streep. No. The answer is Candace Bergen.
Oh, Murphy Brown.
Murphy Brown.
Murphy friggin' Brown.
All right. Who was the winner?
Rafe with
Rafe.
4,006 points.
Nice. Congratulations.
It's a lot.
All right, today's Team Riz Member of the Day is brought to us by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, the official sports bar of the Riz Show, and home to St. Louis sports fans since 1990. From St. Louis, Brett Thiele is our Team Riz Member of the Day. Brett Thiele talks about the show often with his wife, who's also a Riz Show fan and Team Riz member, and he's excited to now sport his Team Riz jersey along with her at future events. Loves the many games and segments on the show. Rafe has become his favorite member amongst the crew over the years.
Wow. What an
Brett
honor.
Thiele from St. Louis is our Team Riz Member of the Day. Get super sweet Team Riz Member of the Day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up, 1057thepoint.com/Team Riz. All right, first break in the morning. We'll come back with crap on celebrities. It is 7:24. It's Wednesday. Traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have delays 270 eastbound between 55 and Gravois. Average speed about 20 miles an hour. Your point forecast warm and dry today. High of 82. Right now it is 54 at the Point Studio.
All right, Lauren, what do you got for us?
The Lord gets shut down. Who got bullied into a hair transplant? Toys R Us is coming back, and the hard launch that we all didn't need, or did we?
Okay. we got that. We got your crappy birthdays. We got the porno birthday. Also, big changes coming to the Oscars, which this is very surprising. And also, retailers announce switch to pre-order dates. So we got that, all that and more. Next in your Crap on Celebrity. Stay there.
All right, backstage at our big, gigantic ho-ho show with Angels and Airwaves. Mr. Tom DeLong, how are you, man? It's great to see you.
I am good, and I just realized you have a kick-ass camera right there. This is like IMAX level shit you're doing.
We try not to mess around, Tom.
You don't fuck around. This is like real interview. This is like
the bad part is though with that fancy camera, it really pinpoints the ugliness.
Boogers and like
I mean anything, man, like crazy hairs, anything. It really blows it out.
You know
of
what's
proportion.
funny about that? I was just
Time to run over to the dry cleaners and pick up your old world attire, your Ren Fair attire, your Viking gear. It's time to come out this Saturday, April 26th, noon to 9, over at Four Brothers Mead in Festus for their 5th annual Seeger Blot. It's absolutely amazing. Bring the whole family. It's such a fun day over there. It's a big, if you love the old world experience, you love Ren Fair, this is for you. It's really, really fun. And plus, they go above and beyond because they're bringing in past Forged and Fire contestants for live blacksmithing. They even have armored combat battle reenactments. They have glass blowing, chainsaw carving, live music, food trucks, and vendors from all over the country coming in here, hanging out this Saturday, April 26th. In fact, I'll be out there with the Point. We're going to be giving away all kinds of goodies. So come out April 26th, noon to 9, Four Brothers Mead in Festus. And also go to their website right now, fourbrothersmead.com, and learn more about their VIP tent, because the Mead Club members there, you can actually get some great discounts and all kinds of great perks there inside the tent. So go to fourbrothersmead.com, check out the Mead Club members, and come out this Saturday, April 26th, noon to 9, Four Brothers Mead, the 5th annual Seeger Blot. I will see you in Festus at Four Brothers Mead.
All right, so here we are backstage, way back Point Fest, and we are absolutely thrilled. Myself, Mr. Jeff Burton.
Thank you. It's thrilling to be here with you. Oh, you're talking about them.
Right. Noodles and Peanut, gentlemen, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming back.
You guys get along like me and Noodles get along.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Sure.
I mean, like, we have known each other for a long time.
Yeah,
like,
kind of the same, right?
there are. I mean, he was at my bachelor party, for goodness sake. So you know what I mean?
Oh, nice. No stories. Okay. No backstories.
There's
okay,
lots.
so how much tape you got in the thing? With the thing there. How much?
And it's really similar because me and Noodles should have known each other for a really long time.
We should have.
Yeah.
We're definitely
exactly the same.
Kindred spirits. As soon as we get together, we really do just
we click really nice.
Well, how long have you guys known each other, though?
10 years now, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that's when we
touring.
did the first tour, yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't really start hanging out until we started doing press together on this run.
That's when we solidified our bond.
Well, we recognized genius and humor.
That's right.
Yes. He's one of me.
Exactly. So you guys are hanging out socially then, outside of
we're
this
not.
stuff?
We're not.
Yeah. And same in the band. We're burning each other out. Can't wait to not see those guys for a while. But this is perfect. This is the perfect relationship. We see each other for press. We see each other on stage. Yep. We put food on each other's table.
There we go.
Yep, and we like flat black glasses.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, every friendship has to have a base. You know what I mean?
And a border.
Right.
Have boundaries
And a
as
safe,
well.
a safe word.
How long did it? How long did it take for this to come together? Like, you know what I mean? Like, did it just?
tour?
Yeah. I mean, because it seems like thick as thieves at this point.
Yeah, well, we did it, like I said, what was it, 9-10 years ago? I can't even remember.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem
even
like it was that long.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
It's
well,
longer than we thought it was.
Yeah.
But it had been too long.
I'm always talking about, checking out being a install floor layer with the Carpenters Union. And the website is apply.ficstl.org. And some people have asked me, hey, what's the FIC? Well, that's the Flooring Industry Council of Greater St. Louis. You see FICSTL. And the Flooring Industry Council is an organization of contractors and flooring pros throughout Greater St. Louis that are committed to supporting each other and each of the members through ongoing training, education, and access to a number of highly skilled and experienced workers. So we're talking about union membership, union benefits, medical, dental, vision coverage, pension and annuity benefits, life and A&D insurance, and a process in which you get paid while you learn. This is an earn while you learn education model that allows hardworking individuals like yourself or somebody that you know to make money while learning the skills necessary to embark on a successful career, not just a job. So lay the path for a new career. Today you can start by calling 314-644-4800. That's 644-4800, or going to that website that I mentioned earlier, apply.ficstl.org. That's apply.ficstl.org.
Everywhere you look at me, you can see I'm in a brace. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. And every time I look at you, girl, you know it's true. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. Hello, hi. Howdy. Hello, hi. That was Beyonce's Halo.
How are you, good sir? It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, I'm doing well. We're chugging along on this tour, and it feels pretty good.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, all right. How's the knee going, man? Are you doing okay? And I would assume that Josh has done a lot of apologizing since this all went down. But are you doing all right?
Josh is very sorry, and my knee is still kind of oozing liquid, but we'll be fine.
All right. It's very nice, and I appreciate you being a professional about it and all. But that looked like that hurt, and I know those sorts of things have to happen, and you got to play through the pain. But yikes, it just didn't look pleasant.
Yeah, I mean, as the story goes, I tripped on Josh's drumstick that was on stage, and I mean, just very unlucky circumstance, but also a lesson learned where, hey, we got to make sure that stage stays clear. But yeah, my left knee kind of hit part of the stage and it kind of sliced it open a little bit, not to be too descriptive. But it's I'm not a huge fan of whenever an artist or performer is either maybe they got like a sickness or they're not feeling well or they're almost losing their voice or they're injured. I don't know if unless obviously there's no way around it, but my default is to hide all that on stage. My default is to present the show as like this is the only show we're playing, all year. And that's, I really do feel like we need to individualize each show as that important because there are people who are coming to
County Urological 314-843-8000. This is where I went for my vasectomy almost 14 years ago now. 13, 14 years ago, went for my vasectomy over there. And hundreds of Rizzuto listeners have gotten their vasectomies courtesy of South County Urological and Dr. Watma. So with us, it was like, all right, we're going to have 2 kids, and that's it. So we had the boy, we had the girl. I asked my doctor, hey, what are the options here? And as opposed to getting your tubes tied, which is a pretty invasive technique, he's like, hey, just go for a consultation with Dr. Watma. See what he's got to say. He's got this no scalpel vasectomy. It's easy. That's what I did. Went over there for the consultation. Walked me through the entire process. Here's what's going to happen on the day of the procedure. You're going to rest over the weekend. You're going to be back to work on Monday. You have to Joe 30 times. Bring your last sample to the... Oh, you mean I have a prescription to Joe? Sign me up. Done. And my insurance covered the whole thing. It's South County Urological, 314-843-8000, southcountyurological.com. Welcome back to the program. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. The Coleman's Campers text line. 314-649-DUMB. The Mick Ultra Studio Cams, 1057thepoint.com/Riz. The socials at RIZZ. Show your emails, RizShow at 1057thepoint.com. Any of your kids have a Nintendo Switch?
Yes, we do have a Switch. And you know what's kind of crazy is it's been out for a while. We've had it for a long time.
It's been out for a couple of years.
Yeah, we didn't get it brand new, but, probably a year or two after it came out. And it was, really popular. The kids used it a whole bunch, and then it kind of sat. And a lot of times they sat and they sit forever. I feel like the Switch kind of has, phases. I'll see it a whole bunch on a road trip or something here and there, and then it kind of gets put away. Super cool. Super cool.
They are cool. Good games for them. You got one, Rafe, right?
I have one. Yeah, it's the only one I have. I got it to play the Zelda games.
Oh, that's right. The Zelda game was probably one of the best games ever created.
Breath of the Wild was.
Breath of the Wild. That's it.
And then the new one, the sequel to it, is really good too.
Well, several retailers have confirmed they will begin taking pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2. So the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to come out on June 5th. Best Buy, Target, Walmart will begin taking pre-orders on their websites tonight at 11 p.m. GameStop will take pre-orders Thursday, but their pre-orders will begin 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, St. Louis time. Both Best Buy and GameStop will also open at midnight on June 5th for the launch and the pre-order store pickup.
Wow.
What's the draw? What do we got here? I don't know anything about it.
It's the Nintendo Switch, but the Nintendo Switch 2.
My gosh.
I don't know. Yeah, they put a number 2 next to the name. And they're charging how much?
$1,000.
$500.
So the Switch 2 with the Mario Kart World Bundle will retail at $4 million.
Oh, it's not bad.
$499.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's the most expensive Nintendo thing of all time, right?
$499.
Weren't our Game Boys in the 90s, those were only $50?
I think they were 99.
Yeah, there was $99 because I could never afford
The Game Boy?
Yeah, I want it so bad.
Even the first iteration of it,
I'm not
maybe
talking
I
about
just
the color screen that came with it. I had a black and white screen, but mine was yellow because instead of the gray, they started releasing the colors like red and yellow and blue.
It says the new Switch 2 larger 1080p screen supports 4K games, HDR and VRR, smoother refresh rate up to 120 frames per second, new Joy-Con features, magnetic attachment, mouse functionality, and new square button. Whatever that means.
But I mean, it looks.
Oh, a new square button.
It looks awfully similar. I mean, it looks kind of the same thing.
$499.
That's. I mean, I guess that's where we're at.
Yeah, well, I guess a PS5 that'll run you like $800, $900.
I ain't getting no PS5 though. Yeah, I guess in comparison, it's pretty. I hate to use the word affordable.
So Best Buy, Target, Walmart pre-orders tonight at 11. GameStop pre-orders tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Then I guess they'll open at midnight on June the 5th for the launch and pre-order store pickup. So major changes in, I guess, how the Academy is voting for the Oscars. Ready for this? For the 2026 Oscars. Ready for this?
Yeah.
And the Academy announced this yesterday. Voters, if you're going to vote, you will now be required to actually watch all the nominated films in any category before you cast their final vote.
I'm sorry, what?
Or before you cast your final vote.
You were able to without that?
This whole time?
I guess so.
Haven't we been doing this for like 75 years?
What a crock, dude.
Yeah, they actually had to put it in writing saying, hey, you guys have to actually watch the movies that are nominated.
I guess
in
now,
order to vote.
Since they're no longer sending out the DVDs and they probably have you go to one website, they could track who's
actually
seen it
watching.
or
Well,
not.
yeah, because now they can email you or give you like a download link. That's how all the like Howard Stern's of the world. They watch these movies at their homes before they interview people, before they're even released. Okay, interesting. So I wonder if we're misconstruing it though, because let's say you watched one of the movies and that's the movie that you're voting on. You did watch it, but that's the only one that you watched. You didn't watch any of the other ones. So
How could you fairly vote?
Well, right.
How could you fairly vote for a category if you haven't watched everything in the category?
Irrefutably the best picture. Did you watch the other ones?
No.
They don't compare.
Well,
Don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, you would have. I would always assume that these critics or panelists have seen all of the movies and they go,
Right.
"This is what we loved about
Making
each of them."
what you call an informed decision.
Yeah.
Speaking of, what was it, Honora that got that?
Yeah, did you watch it?
No, but I know
Great
that
film.
you did. And
That's good.
Well, it's okay. So everybody keeps talking about it, and we've had a lot of people email in their reviews of it, especially since you suggested it. And a lot of people are like, "Yeah, it's great," or "Yeah, it's okay." Tons of nudity, whatever. And then this one says, "Hey, Honora is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Nice.
You seem like you might watch it, and maybe you should. But just know that I pretty much hated every single moment of it. My wife and I felt the same. Not sure what Learn is thinking."
Learn on films.
Learn on films. What was I thinking?
On films.
It's an interesting take on a stripper. I mean, it's like an exotic dancer, and it's a whole take on
Wait,
it's like the
she
Pretty
wears
Woman of our
clothes.
time, but not in a fun way.
Sort of.
Wait, you mean it's subjective? Crazy. Like what people? Some people will like it, and some people won't.
I know,
Learn
isn't
and the
that wild?
Academy were wrong.
Mikey Madison did a great job. I got lost in her character. And also shout out to Igor in that movie, because you want to, the protagonist's love interest throughout the entire film is a total D-bag. And Igor is a gangster, and he's got a cool heart.
Well, it's not totally clear how the Academy will ensure every voter really watches every movie, but the new rule is officially in writing. And the hope is that this move will make the awards fairer and more meaningful, with Oscar winners chosen by people who've truly seen the competition. Crazy. Also, the Academy clarified that films using AI or digital tools will not be treated any differently when it comes to nominations. The main thing is that human creativity is still at the heart of the project.
Spielberg or Cameron put the Avatar clause in that contract.
We just had another email yesterday about it, saying that they watched it on your suggestion and loved it.
It's a really good film.
It's a dark comedy.
Honora?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does a good job. It's a very simple movie too. A lot of it takes place to them driving around in a car. Like doesn't have big explosions. Like the story is good.
I'm out.
Yep.
The story is good without all the bells and whistles of Hollywood.
Also, I liked that the main character, like you always see these stripper movies with like perfect bodies, and I loved her like small boobs, and I don't know, I just felt like it was more real. The
It was the most
realism of like
realistic stripper
absolutely
dancing I've ever seen, having been to the strip clubs in my youths. They did a good job like capturing what
So she was like
real
pregnant?
life is like.
No, she's not pregnant.
Oh.
But even the
Thanks,
sex
Scott.
scenes were interesting because
The
there's-
dance was for real too. She trained with some strippers.
there's so many little moments where you can go, oh, I've had this experience in my like relationships or whatever.
Sure.
Like even him playing video games and how she's hanging with him on the couch. Like I thought like, oh my God, this is like taking me back to a time where whenever I was dating gamers, this is exactly the scene. I don't know. It was a very well acted movie.
It's on my list of things to do.
Did you watch Everybody's Live in LA?
No, I did not have time yesterday.
Oh, okay. Busy day,
I
huh?
had a very busy day.
Got
yesterday.
it.
I was.
Well, it's live
I had to
tonight.
wash my hair. All right, today is April 23rd. Back in the day, 409 years ago, 1616, Bill Shakespeare died on his 52nd birthday. 125 years ago, in the year 1900, the word hillbilly was first used in a newspaper in an article in the New York Journal. Now, remember the difference between a redneck and a hillbilly. Rednecks enjoy wearing beer logo T-shirts, cruising their Camaros, hooking up free illegal cable, but hillbillies, they like wearing overalls with no T-shirt underneath, drinking moonshine, and staging potato sack races. Okay, that's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And they're kind of up in the hills in the woods, whereas the redneck is named such because they're in the sun all the time.
And then at the bar.
111 years ago, 1914, Wrigley Field opens in Chicago. 69 years ago, in 1956, the real Elvis played his first show in Las Vegas and bombed. He performed for 2 weeks at the New Frontier Hotel and felt so disconnected from the middle-aged audience that he didn't go back until 1969. 54 years ago, 1971, the Rolling Stones released their Sticky Fingers album. 40 years ago, 1985, Coca-Cola announces it was changing the secret flavor formula for Coke and introducing New Coke. People hated New Coke. So the company quickly pivoted, reintroduced Coca-Cola Classic, and they dropped the word classic back in 2009. 37 years ago, 1988, this is wild. The federal smoking ban on flights less than 2 hours long takes place. So basically, you could still smoke on longer flights, but if they're under 2 hours, you cannot smoke. That was 1988. 36 years ago, 1989, with the first pick of the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys selected UCLA quarterback Troy Aikman. 30 years ago, 1995, the great Howard Cosell dies in New York at the age of 77. And 20 years ago, in 2005, the very first YouTube video was posted. It was a clip of one of the co-founders standing in front of elephants at the San Diego Zoo. And that's what happened back in the day. All right, time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your crap on celebrities.
Well, the world is waiting with bated breath for Lord's new single, What Was That? And we thought possibly last night in New York City at Washington Square Park that we would get a taste of that new single, but the cops broke up the event. So hundreds of fans showed up to Washington Square Park in New York City.
Yes.
And they were there because Lord had posted on socials like, hey, pop-up surprise event. I'm going to be singing at this park. So people show up. Cops also show up, shut it down before she could
So
even
Washington
come
Square
out.
Park is, have you been there? It's right next to it's right in the village, the New York, the Greenwich Village, right by NYU.
Is that where everyone always like talks and skateboards and everything?
Yes.
But they have guys with bullhorns out there as well with the knock.
Yes, that's one of the parks. But yeah, so she calls for this pop-up thing. Hundreds of people show up without getting any permission from the city.
Right.
And the cops like, nah, man, we
shut
don't
it
want this
down.
getting out of control. I don't blame them.
Yeah. I mean, if she would have gotten a permit, maybe done it with some sort of organization so the city'd be okay with it, maybe it would have happened, but obviously that didn't happen. So now it's a spectacle. We don't know when this single is going to come out, but whenever she came out at a Coachella with Charlie XCX, people lost their frickin' minds. People want new Lord. It's going to be a Lord summer.
She's been away for a while.
She has.
Tis
like
the
her.
summer of our Lord.
It is.
That's what it is.
New Pope.
New Pope, new Lord.
New Lord. Ozzy revealed that he's been in training to prepare for his Back to the Beginning farewell festival in his hometown of Birmingham, England, that's coming up this July. This, again, I have not heard anything about if they're going to be streaming this festival. I hope they do, because I really do want to
I
watch.
would imagine. Maybe a pay-per-view thing.
Yeah.
You know, those Osbournes are savvy business people.
They are.
Why don't you just go?
I would love to go, but I can't. I have a graduation party. So, and I have zero monies right now for this. But Ozzy says, I'm training hard. I haven't done anything for almost 7 years since going through all these surgeries.
Man.
He's doing some endurance training. The first thing to go when you're laid up is stamina. So believe it or not, he says, I'm doing 2 sets of 3-minute walks a day and weight training. I got to get going, you know.
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
So 2 sessions of 3-minute walks.
A day and some weight training.
So that's doing the math, Moon. 6 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Dang. Wait, if you can.
Yeah, you're right.
That'll
If you
get 'em back
combine those,
fast.
3 and 3,
Those.
6 minutes of walking.
Yep.
Hey, you got to
By
start
July.
somewhere. By
We'll
July,
doing
we're going to
maybe
be
an hour.
running.
We're going to be running, hopefully. Probably seated. That's fine. Metallica, Pantera, Tool, Alice in Chains, everybody you love in metal is going to be at this thing. Jason Momoa will host. Tom Morello is the music director. It's going to be epic, and I can't wait. John Cena might play the tough guy on screen, but even he has his limits. He's confessing that he got bullied by fans into getting a hair transplant last November. He says, "You chant and you make me feel small and you embarrass me. Y'all don't know what it's like. That is straight up bullying. It's just not cool. I don't like it."
Last time he was here, I kept yelling, bald spot.
Bald spot.
Bald
You guys,
spot,
he does have a bald spot. It's on the back of his head. He can't really hide it when he's in the ring. And so he says, "Thank you for bullying me into getting a surgical hair replacement. That's how far you all push me. Thank you for being so aware of my needs and emotions because you guys ripped me to shreds for a genetic problem that I can't control."
Bald spot.
Yeah. Didn't have anything to do with all the steroids.
Well, that's a whole other thing.
That his hair fell out.
What are you talking about?
Guys, speaking of hair and hair down there, Walton Goggins is the latest to be featured in Cultured magazine.
He got the skin yarmulke, too.
Well,
Goggins?
Yeah.
sure, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about thigh hair, okay? We're talking about inner thigh with the gogs. He is showing off in a banana hammock that is bright yellow just how hairy he is down there. So, he has this kind of receding hairline that everybody's saying is in right now. We're super into it. Nothing's receding down there. In fact, it is hairy as hell.
Hairy as hell.
Gotta go somewhere.
I was just reading something about Walton Goggins, who's having, a moment now. He's in basically every show from White Lotus to The Righteous Gemstones to Fallout. And apparently he's a nightmare on set. One of these White Lotus actors.
Didn't he kind of seem like it? Like
one of these White Lotus actors came out and kind of complained.
In a good way, though.
And he says that Walton Goggins says that he didn't understand his process.
Oh.
He does seem like a guy that has a process. And I bet he used that in Predators, where he is I think a convicted rapist or something. It has the weirdest line I've ever seen in an action movie. So unneeded, so stupid.
What is it?
So it's like Adrian Brody. Like, you got to see this cast. Have you guys seen that movie, Predators?
Yeah.
It's being fed to us now on Netflix.
Robert Rodriguez. It was a decent.
Oh, was it?
It was a decent reiteration. At least it wasn't great, but it was decent. It was better than the AVP stuff. That stuff was trash.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne is in it. It's Adrian Brody. It's I forget the gal's name, but she's pretty big as well. And Walton Goggins, there's a scene where they're sitting there, and it's kind of a throwback to, remember when they're like in the woods in the first Predator, and they're just kind of talking about what they're gonna do if they get out or whatever. He says something about, "Man, I can't wait to get back and rape some bees," and you're like, what? Like, what kind of line is that?
Like bees?
No, like bitches. You know what I'm saying?
Bitches.
And he says something like that. And Topher Grace is the other one in there.
Uh-huh.
And he's in the scene. He's like
A serial killer, right?
Oh,
Is that what he is?
seen this.
I think the whole premise is these prisoners get dropped. It's a prisoner transport in space, and they get dropped on this planet.
Well, it was all bad people, all predators.
Yeah.
And they dropped a bunch of predators onto basically the hunting ground for the predators.
Are there curses in this?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
There's curses in it?
I would assume. That's what I'm
This
saying.
is an R-rated
it is like
film.
such a dumb part
Should
of
I
the
try to play
script.
Try it.
on the dump
Do your
button.
thing,
Play
man.
it. Dump
But
it.
it's Walton Goggins, and it was
What are
like
you gonna dump
this is
immediately?
so goofy.
So
I
it's
wonder
called,
what
it's called Predators.
Good luck, buddy.
You know, man, if we ever make it home, I'm gonna do so much fucking cocaine.
Oh, and there we go.
and we can't.
All right.
So much effing cocaine, and I'm gonna rape so many bees.
One line.
Totally.
But it's him and
Miss
Topher
that one,
Grace,
guys.
and it was like that scene is so stupid.
Close to the sun.
Dude, your finger slipped off the dump button, and I saw just for a second panic in your
Pure
eyes.
panic, yeah.
Peter Panic.
It was just so dumb. But yeah, like I feel like because of Walton Goggins having his Gogginsy moments right now, Netflix and all the services are like front paging anything with his face in it.
Yeah. Well,
Goggins
beautiful,
and
beautiful
Pedro
face.
Pascal could make a movie of them just lighting each other's farts, and it would make $700 billion.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Netflix front page.
Anyway, back to the banana hammock. I know you guys are trying to talk about predators and not be men talking about this right now, but you got to see it. If you're
I
a
don't
Walton
care.
Goggins fan, I mean, the Speedo is bright yellow and the hairy thigh is worth it.
Put it on.
Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jennifer Love Hewitt are in the new trailer for I Know What You Did Last Summer, the sequel. So this is hitting theaters on July 8th. The trailer just came out. The new film centers around a group of 5 friends facing dangerous consequences after making a pact to stay silent about their involvement with a car accident. And it all connects back to the Southport Massacre from 1997. So there you go. A Toys R Us themed live action film is happening. Oh, there it is.
He's got a 6-pack.
Yeah, and I don't see any definition. I think this is socked. I think he's socked.
Ah, that's just his ball.
I like that he's rather like unkempt, sort of.
It's
Like
just
the,
what do you mean?
the leg pubes are like they didn't try to.
I was expecting. I'm gonna be honest. You
What do you
built it
mean?
up in
Strip him
my
up.
head.
This is
I was
how we look.
expecting way more hair.
That's what I
than
mean.
that.
I like that
man.
it's real. This is a real man.
He's all man.
Well, who would do anything? Like, who does anything? Even if you're a groomer,
He's
Normally-
part monkey, dude.
Normally they would like kind of trim. I would say.
That's
You
a
know?
capuchin.
Or wax your whole body. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I like it. Anyway, this Toys R Us themed live action film is happening. The creators of the movie say the film, which is in early development, is going to capture the childhood wonder in a modern, fast paced adventure that taps right into the brand relevance across more than 70 years in the toy industry. Going to Toys R Us as
Is
a
it
kid.
Toys R Us movie?
Yeah. Live action movie. So I imagine the toys are going to come to life, or there's going to be some
Boy,
sort of.
this is. Has anybody watched the new Seth Rogen show?
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh, is that good?
It's
I
good.
watched the first episode.
Yeah, it's really good, but it's one of those. You know how in the Seth Rogen movies, like the comedy is like continuous. Typically, this is like comedy and anxiety continuous.
It's got a great cast. I mean, the
yeah, it
cast
looks
is
awesome.
incredible.
It is really good, but it's a little
But
much.
that's what the first episode, and she's mentioning a Toys R Us movie. Their whole thing is that the movie company works for wants to do a Kool-Aid movie. It's a movie about Kool-Aid.
Sweet.
Have you seen the second episode?
I haven't seen the second episode.
Oh yeah. It goes deep.
Oh,
with
yeah.
that. It goes deep.
Speaking of movies that we've all seen, The Big Lebowski has kind of an interesting theory. So fans of the movie believe that Donnie, the character played by Steve Buscemi, is just a figment of the dude's imagination.
Oh,
So he
yeah.
wasn't real.
Oh, this
has been going around
kicking
for a couple
while.
decades.
So it was all in the mind of Walter, actually. So John Goodman's character.
Right. So it's a flat like a Vietnam.
It's like a
kinda-
PTSD, so Donnie is never existing.
Donnie died in Vietnam.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of fan theories, and Jeff Bridges weighs in on it, and he kind of believes it. And he starts saying, he goes, I mean, think about it, dude, because he's basically the dude personified at this point. It's like, think about it. The dude only acknowledges Donnie once, and it's almost as if he's just playing into Walter's fantasy.
Where Walter always yells at him.
And then he says, and I imagine the scene that was cut where the dude goes to like a veterinary office and asks for some ashes, and that's why they're in a coffee cup.
And that's why, and they're fake.
Or right. They're like dog ashes or fake ashes, and that's why
So
they're in a
he's
coffee
placating-
can.
He's placating Walter.
He's placating Walter and playing along with the fantasy.
The Coen brothers say that's total hogwash.
Okay, well,
So-
they wrote the movie.
They did.
But
it's fun.
I hate that the Coen brothers commented.
They
to be
should have
honest
let
with
it
you.
go.
They should have let it go.
Yeah, because more people are going to watch it more times and try to play that
They
theory
should have
out.
let it go because I believe it.
Now I want to watch the movie and see, if it's like 98% kind of played into.
You should. Speaking of watching movies, Conclave, people are watching that now. Spiked 283% after Pope Francis died.
I bet.
Boy,
So-
I went on a deep dive yesterday.
Yeah.
As to what happens, when they close the doors of the Sistine Chapel.
Mhm.
Like, there's no politicking. There's no real discussion over who is nominated, or they basically just vote.
Interesting.
Yeah, they don't. But have you seen the movie Conclave?
I have not. Even to the part where they yell something out and people have to leave before they lock the doors.
They're sequestered, but the dean of the college is kind of in charge of the whole thing. The dean of the Cardinal College, which is Ray Fiennes' character in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, I think they vote 2 or 3 times a day.
Four times a day.
So if they can't come to consensus at the end of 4, they go into recess.
Yes. And that's when it smokes?
That's when the politics.
Right. They can't. There's no politicking inside the chamber.
It's outside in between where they're like, because there is like it's interesting because it's kind of a microcosm of everything else. There's like a conservative faction and a liberal faction inside of the Catholic Church. And they kind of, there's a power struggle going on, and there's a lot of like, okay, this cardinal got X amount of votes, this cardinal got X amount of votes. We need to, it seems like there's a push for this guy. Yeah. We need to move all of our votes over here.
Ralph Nader got this many votes,
yeah,
so we got to see like who's going to take the Nader.
Like
Well, if you want to watch Conclave, it is on Amazon Prime right now.
Is the smoke going at all times, or is that only after 4
only
votes?
after they vote.
They burn them.
Wait, no,
Which cardinal has to get the wood for that?
Wait till after every vote they do a smoke?
Yep. They burn the ballots.
Oh,
I don't know if I like that.
They burn the ballots, and they have to use some kind of chemical in there to make it white or make it.
Oh, fascinating.
So, why do they burn the ballots? Like, what if? I mean, I guess they all count
secret
them.
Ballot.
Oh,
there's like 2 or 3 groups that count the ballots.
okay,
So no shenanigans. And
You
then
would hope.
after,
interesting.
burn them.
And finally, you guys, there was a hard launch of love this Easter weekend. We haven't talked about this yet on the show. I've had some people tag me in it on Twitter. New relationship for Billy Ray Cyrus. He is dating Elizabeth Hurley.
What?
The two posed
Crazy.
together in an Easter post celebrating the holiday during a visit to a farm. Billy Ray can be seen kissing Elizabeth Hurley on the side of her face as they both leaned against a picket fence. It was a perfect photo.
What?
What do we feel about
I
it?
mean, good on him.
Billy Zane.
No, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus is kissing who?
Elizabeth Hurley.
Not possible.
It is possible, and you should look at the photo if you've yet to see it, because you're going to go, what?
And good on him. What's wrong with
Snagging
her?
What's wrong with her?
Good on him. What's wrong with
Folks
her?
had a lot to say. Melissa Gilbert writing in saying, wait, what? The couple we didn't know we needed. Another person chimed in. Elizabeth Hurley's son, Damien, which I love that her son's name is Damien, simply commented with a heart emoji and the celebratory emoji.
Are we sure that that's not Yellow Wolf? Because it sure looks like him from the
No,
side.
that's
with all
Billy Ray
with all the tattoos.
Yellow Wolf.
Man, I don't know. I had no idea Billy Ray Cyrus has his fingers tattooed.
Well, and
Is he
get
on the left
this.
or right?
This wasn't the first type of Instagram, inclination here. Elizabeth Hurley previously sparked romance speculation with Billy Ray when she used his song "She's Not Crying Anymore" in a recent bikini post and tagged him.
What in the heck is going on?
Yeah, that's an interesting
It
couple.
is interesting indeed.
I don't like it.
We're in the
Well-
upside down. I wish you well, Billy, but
What was her last? What was his last gal? Wasn't it like his sister?
Fire Rose.
Fire Rose.
It's like
married.
a 25-year-old Australian gal.
Was friends with Miley, right, or something like that?
I don't think
No, I think the kids weren't into it.
I thought the kids had some kind of relationship with this person too.
No.
At least she's age, appropriate, I guess.
She
I don't
has-
know what she's doing with him, but
Does this make her-
she's smoking hot, dude. She's
Smoking.
59 years old and smoking
Does this
hot.
make her less hot?
Yes.
Okay.
In my eyes, yes. I'm sorry. I mean, he has
What's going
outkicked
on
his
there?
coverage. Good on him. High fives.
I mean, he's a good-looking older guy. He's got that. Maybe it's just surface level.
It's not
He
his
looks
looks
a little
that
nuts right now,
have been
though.
the issues.
I don't know.
I don't think it's his looks that are the problem, but I mean,
I don't know about what.
this
he's
isn't the
got
guy I want out kicking his coverage. I want to find out she's like with Buscemi. And then I'm like, yeah, Steve.
That gives people hope.
That's tight.
going. Yeah, I don't know what he's got going on now with his whole look.
Yeah.
Strange.
Anyway, that's your crap on celebrities.
Celebrity celebrating her birthday today. Chloe Kim, the Olympic gold medal snowboarder, is 25. Gigi Hadid is 30. Dev Patel, that's the guy from Monkey Man, Slumdog Millionaire, and
Monkey
Chappie.
Man was great, by the way.
Yeah, I
Loved
agree.
it.
That dude rules. He's 35. Gemma Whelan, Yara Greyjoy on Game of Thrones, is 44. Cal Penn, Kumar in Harold and Kumar, is 48. John Oliver is 48. John Cena is 48. Everybody's 48 today. George Lopez is 48. No, I'm just kidding. He's 64. Valerie Bertinelli is 65. Michael Moore is 71. Joyce DeWitt, Janet on Three's Company, is 76. Lee Majors is 86. It's Steve Austin on the $6 Million Man and is also in the $6 Billion Man. I'm sorry, no, Mark Wahlberg will play that in the $6 Billion Man. But Lee Majors is 86. And Alan Oppenheimer, that's the voice of Skeletor on the old school He-Man. Briefly played Dr. Rudy Wells on the $6 Million Man before being replaced by the guy who continued the role as the Bionic Woman, or on the Bionic Woman. Alan Oppenheimer Skeletor himself is 95. Congratulations years old.
All right, today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Sydney St. James. And today's birthday girl has been in 98 fine films, including Anus the Menace, The Beverly Hillbillies, not The Bodyguard, but The Booty Guard, Scott's favorite, The Chug-a-Lug Girls 3, Hollywood awesome. In Your Face, More Than a Whore, Rafe's favorite, Primetime Slime 3, Slippery When Wet, and who could figure her role in 1994's The Taste of Shame. Sydney St. James is 54 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those are your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Some big changes coming to your favorite snacks and Chipotle to open restaurants in Mexico.
Good luck.
Good luck. Will it be a disaster?
It was last time, right? Didn't they do Taco Bell or something down there and it was a disaster?
Yeah, in fact, we'll talk about some restaurants, some ethnic chain restaurants that opened up in their, quote-unquote home countries and how it worked out.
Yeah, KFC was a total bomb in Kentucky.
It's 8:04. It is Wednesday. Traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We've got delays 70 eastbound between Zumbel and St. Charles Rock Road. Also severe delays 270 westbound between 64 and Big Bend. Average speed down to 10 miles an hour. Your point forecast, warm and dry today, high of 82. Right now it's 61 at the Point Studio.
Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, good to see you, Have a seat, man. Just wanted to have a chat with you, King Scott's Virginity, just to talk with you real fast and just to say, first of all, thank you for everything that you've done for King Scott and for his lovely fiance. And I also wanted to say that you've been such a big part of our lives, whether it's the show or just in our personal lives. And relationships end, and it's time for you to go. And I didn't want you to be shocked, to be surprised or anything, so I wanted to give you an idea of what's going to be happening on the wedding night, what's to come, so to speak. So when two people are in love, they get married, and then after they get married, they normally go away somewhere, someplace beautiful, and then they get...
Cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading. This is the month to get it done. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement Event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit. Need 4, pay for 2. Need 12, pay for 6. You get it. But this month, the savings don't stop there. No. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's 6 years. You don't pay a cent of interest, man. You could have a baby, fall in love, have a baby, put it in kindergarten, still not paying interest on them windows. That's pretty cool. It's the easiest way to save on your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. You also get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save. So if you've been thinking about adding an entry door or vinyl siding along with your window replacement, do it now and take full advantage of the savings. What are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. And when you do, like me, you will be saying, I love my windows, yeah.
We are backstage at Point Fest with a St. Louis favorite, and the great part about this today is that they're actually going to get to play. Ladies and gentlemen, highly suspect backstage at Point Fest. What's going on? Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you as always. But I would also like to tell you that Natural Born Killer has been one of our favorite songs of the year so far. It sounds great on the air, and it sounds like a great highly suspect song. So let me ask you, where did that come in the recording process? One of the first, one of the last? Where was that?
Smack dab in the middle.
Oh, okay. All right. I always wonder if, when it comes out as a strong lead single like that, if where it was in the creative process matters. You know what I'm saying?
I think once we heard that riff, it was like, okay, this is like the sports anthem style riff. We just kind of knew it would be the one.
Yeah, absolutely so. So a new album is out now, all right? How quickly do you see the audience singing songs back to you? Like
almost immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are
Luckily.
And you got to be kind of like amazed and taken aback by that a little bit.
Oh my God, it's a blessing. It's incredible.
I can't remember words to songs I loved from 20 years ago.
I can't remember the words to the songs that we wrote, so I struggle.
You know, here's like kind of a weird one, and I'm very curious about like little things like this. I was at a show the other night. Pearl Jam was here. They played the Enterprise Center. And you have half of the venue that have phones up and are trying to record the entire show. And then you have the other half that are seemingly annoyed by those that are recording. As a band, do you care?
I hate it.
You hate it.
It's the worst.
Let me ask, why you...
Look at you. Guys, if you feel like you're running on empty, Mentality Health is going to help you out. Now let's talk about why you might not be feeling like yourself, guys, and how you could change that starting today. You could be a low T person, a low T guy. And listen, it happens as we get older. Hormones change. Yeah, low T is a thing. Low energy, low motivation. You're tired all the time. Weight gain, muscle loss, especially the belly fat. Feeling anxious, you're moody, you're irritable. Low libido, which of course can strain relationships. So Mentality in Chesterfield and South County, they focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and they make sure their treatments, your treatments, are tailored to your body. Your energy is going to come roaring back. Your belly fat's going to burn off. Your muscles are going to get stronger. You get to feel like yourself again, confident, driven, ready to tackle life. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, it's easy, it's safe. Mentality physicians have helped guys discover and address other health concerns and conditions during routine checks. So be the dad who could keep up with the kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you could be. Feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality is your chance to take back control. Chesterfield, South County, mentalityhealth.com/radio, mentalityhealth.com/radio. All right, it is Memorial Day weekend. We just got up to the farm. Job number 1, feed the chickens. Let's go. There's 1 turkey. 2 turkeys. Yeah. All right, come on. To the chicken house. Okay, gotta feed the chickens. Here's what they eat. Look in here. Oh. Come here, camera guy. There you go. All right, chickens. Here we go. Who wants to eat? Hey guys, welcome back to the farm, and I think it's time to check out the chicken house. All right, welcome to the chicken house. Let's see inside. Check this out.
Look in the nest. Duck eggs, those will hatch in about 28 days, and we'll have 5 more ducks hopefully on the farm. So here's the pen. The ducks hang out here, the chickens hang out here. The door's normally open because they just wander around, but this is home base. And that little door there closes at 7 o'clock.
Let's talk about Copper Fire in Belleville. This is a place where you can go there tonight, and they're having their Wine and Wing Wednesday. Maybe you can't make it tonight, maybe tomorrow. Tequila and Taco Thursday, Pinot Pizzas and Pasta Fridays, and then, of course, they got the happy hour Wednesday through Friday, 4 to 7 p.m. Great bar, great place to get dinner, great place to get lunch. They have a patio on a day like today. You're looking for a patio to dine at. Maybe you're going to be in Belleville. Might I suggest you go over to Copper Fire? Say hi to Renee and Mark, who own the place. I've never had a bad time. My band's played there a million times. I've met up with friends for brunch on the weekends. I've been to a surprise party in the top part of Copper Fire that you can rent out, and it's beautiful up there. It's all redone. And no matter what room or area you're in, you're getting great service, great meal, fun drinks, fun people, and good vibes. That's what it's all about at Copper Fire. So follow them on the socials. They always have live music there. And again, if you want to see their new menu that was updated for 2025, it's excellent. And if you're just looking for a good time, maybe this weekend you're wanting to go somewhere, why not Copper Fire in Belleville? Go to thecopperfire.com.
It's Riz, it's Jeff Burton backstage at Wayback Point Fest with Vaden and Donnie from the Toadies. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing? Hello, how you doing?
See, this is not that bad. I mean, you guys are from Texas, so this swampiness is all right.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we need just fine sweaters. This is sweater weather.
All right, we're going to talk Blues hockey with Chris Kerber in about 15, 20 minutes. Blues Jets Game 3, first round NHL playoffs tomorrow night, 8:30 over at Enterprise Center. This was an interesting story I read this morning. So, a job candidate actually sent an invoice to a company that he was interviewing with after he says they wasted his time. So, candidate goes through 7 rounds of interviews. 7 rounds of interviews. And completed 2 detailed assessments. And this was a pretty high-level position this guy was going for. We're talking $160,000 to $200,000 salary.
Okay.
Things seemed positive after meeting the team and even talking references. The CEO was making it sound like, hey, man, an offer's on its way. Mm-hmm. Offer's coming. Suddenly, the company turns the candidate down, saying it was because they were currently self-employed, even though the candidate had been upfront about this from the beginning. And to make it worse, the company ghosted him and only gave him a straight answer after the candidate followed up. At that point, the candidate told the CEO, listen here. You sent me through 7 rounds of interviews. I completed 2 assessments for you guys.
Right.
I'm going to send you an invoice for my time. I'm going to bill you for my time.
How'd that go?
The CEO agreed and paid him.
Probably regretting not hiring him now at this point.
The CEO agreed, and the company paid the invoice that day.
Fascinating.
Right?
What company?
I don't know.
I mean, what industry?
They didn't say. They just said it was 7 rounds of interviews, 2 detailed assessments for a pretty high-level position.
Well, you know what? Good on them. Good on the happy ending.
What's it gonna? I was thinking, like, what's it gonna hurt?
Right.
What's it hurt? You send an invoice. What? They're not gonna hire you.
Huh?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's some. I wonder if this was a opportunity for them to pay off, like something a little nefarious happened. Like maybe they hired someone they shouldn't have, or he got skipped over in the process. Like, hey, if we pay him, he can't.
I know, but
wash our hands of it.
Career pros say it's not cool for employers to ask candidates to do extensive work for free, especially after so many interview rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like 7 interview rounds, then you make them do these 2 assessments.
Right.
If a company wants a real test or assessment, they should pay for it, because otherwise it's just basically free labor. Maybe that's where the like, hey, let's just pay this guy off.
Right.
So he doesn't sue us.
So he doesn't, yeah.
7 interviews.
7 interviews.
Never had that.
Sucks.
I've had maybe like 2
You know, like if one interview and you do a follow-up. 7. That's brutal.
Should more candidates start invoicing companies for these marathon interview processes?
Well, if you have to travel in for it, yeah.
And what's the line between, assessing a candidate and wasting their time?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Anyway, so if you love Flamin' Hot Cheetos, if you love Skittles or neon-colored drinks, get ready for a change, guys. The FDA just announced it's going to phase out petroleum-based synthetic food dyes by the end of next year. And it's a move aimed at making America's food supply healthier. So what's banned? The FDA is targeting artificial food colorings like red dye 40, yellow 5 and 6, blue 1 and 2, green 2, and red dye 3. That's the same dyes that give many cereals, candies, and snacks their eye-catching colors. What do they say? Eat with your eyes first?
Mm-hmm. It's the healthy thing to do.
So health officials point to studies linking artificial dyes to increased hyperactivity in kids and say it's time to replace them with natural alternatives like watermelon, beet, or carrot juice. And companies like PepsiCo and General Mills and Mars and Kellogg will need to overhaul recipes of some of their most popular products. And the FDA is working with food makers to set a national standard and timeline for removing these dyes. Now, there's no formal agreement yet. Both sides say they want to get it done quickly. So the FDA will soon approve more natural color additives and speed up the process for getting others on the, on the market.
What's funny is these companies, they don't have these dyes outside the U.S. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to get the recipe going.
Now, the agency says the ban shouldn't raise food prices, but companies may face challenges in matching those vibrant colors with natural ingredients. So maybe the next time you open a bag of your favorite rainbow-colored snack,
Fruit Loops.
It's going to be a little more natural looking.
Gross. Who wants that?
It is everywhere
I'm going to be
else.
really upset whenever I get my weird tinted Fruit Loops. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean,
It'll be fun. It'll be
It's
slightly
so
different every time.
nice.
I've been eating them for years. They're just the knockoffs. Like, look at the fruit rounds that come in a bag.
I know.
They're not vibrant.
That's what I need. I don't want to go back in time.
I'm like, oh, this cereal's in black and white.
I finally got that Fruit Loop money, and
These Fruit Loops are not in Technicolor. They still taste okay.
The FDA commissioner says taking petroleum-based food dyes out of the food supply is not a silver bullet, but it's one important step. The changes are part of a bigger push to make a nutritious food rather than processed, artificially colored snacks a bigger part of Americans' diets.
I'm fine with it.
Fine.
Just get the paints out. We'll just paint, you know what? Paint the colors of the world that you want. Screw the food.
Eat with your eyes first. We'll have to get used to this. Chipotle heading to Mexico. So they said they will open their first Mexico location next year in 2026. So in a statement, Chipotle said, we are confident that our responsibly sourced, classically cooked real food will resonate with guests in Mexico. The country's familiarity with our ingredients and affinity for fresh food make it an attractive growth market for our company. So how's this going to work out?
It's going to be in Cabo and Cancun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, man. Like, put it where the Americans go, and you might be okay.
Because nothing like having authentic Mexican food down there.
Well, there will be like finicky American palates.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. This is funny. It's like, let's go to Mexico and eat the same thing we have down the street here. Yeah.
Well, the expansion's a risk. Taco Bell opened restaurants in Mexico back in 1992. Didn't work out. And then they tried again in 2007 and
didn't work
out.
Were they trying it in the tourist spots though? Was it Riviera Maya or was it Mexico City?
Taco Bell tried to do it as if
they tried to do it as a real thing,
as if you're going down the street and going to a Taco Bell.
Because you got El Pollo Loco, which has both the U.S. and Mexico, and it works because it's.
What does that stand for? Crazy chicken?
Yeah.
Nice.
Delicious
What
chicken.
does that stand for? What is that?
So
great
crazy.
guacamole.
Crazy chicken.
But
El Pollo Loco?
Yeah, but I feel like that's more.
It's based.
But that's
neutral.
American food, right?
Yeah, but it's like I think it
It's
was
like-
created by an actual Mexican.
Springs place, I think.
Yeah, that's the Breaking Bad place.
What am I thinking? El Pollo.
I think
No,
it's a real
that-
place.
that is.
I think it's a real
That's what you're
place.
thinking about it. I think that was spawned
Yeah, El
from the
Pollo
show.
Loco.
They have them in California. They're like
they're really good.
But is El Pollo Loco like
it's like
a Mexican guy who opened an American restaurant?
That I don't know, but it is definitely like
I've never had it
It's
before.
definitely fast food.
That's why I
Fast
know why
food
it's
Mexican.
I know why it's in Mexico. It says it's founded in Mexico.
Oh.
It started there. Okay, never mind.
All right, back to you.
That doesn't work.
So Pizza Hut tried to open in Italy.
Killing it.
I got the Bigfoot the pizza.
So they tried to do this in the late 80s. Pizza Hut in Italy. Italians found the pizza style and ingredients
offensive.
Garbage.
Garbage.
Grande piede.
You know how you have a goal of eating around Italy? I was just watching a new show with Anthony from Queer Eye where he takes celebrities like Justin Theroux back to where their families were from before they immigrated to the United States, and he teaches them about their history and stuff, and they eat food. And the episode with Justin Theroux, them going back to this little region of Italy, I didn't realize that you can't get a tortellini in Bologna. Like, that sort of pasta is regional to one zip code
One
or whatever.
area.
Yeah. So if you go and like, I would like the
It's
tortellini
very
soup.
regional.
It's cool. So I get like
Italy is very regional when it comes to their food.
it made me think
get
of
arrested.
Olive Garden with the taste of Italy, where that is a legit thing, dude. Because you're just, I mean, Olive Garden's got it down.
No, they don't.
Taste of Italy.
What do
because
you
there's
know?
so many. You've never been
What
to
do
an
you know?
Olive
Yeah.
Garden.
Man, he tried to order tortellini in Bologna.
Yes, you can't do it.
Half of the stuff you think is Italian food is Italian American food. It's not. It's and they don't even serve it there.
Well, and the chefs over in Italy, whenever hot ass Justin Theroux and Anthony from Queer Eye are going back in the kitchen and like, can we get this tortellini
I can't
soup?
wait to never watch the show.
Dude, you would love it. You should watch it right now. You should leave and go home. But no, the chef like scoffed at them and was like, "We cannot do the tortellini." Like he was upset. I loved it.
Get out.
This guy tried to order carbonara in Sicily. He's a crazy guy.
He is crazy guy.
Sound like a Russian.
This guy is a crazy.
He's a crazy. Starbucks tried to open in Australia. That didn't work out. Starbucks failed. They closed more than 60 stores.
I had that in Australia.
Starbucks?
Yeah.
You must
But
have. It must have been in the window.
Interesting.
Dunkin' Donuts, China. Nope, didn't work. Didn't work. They said the flavors and textures of donuts, American donuts, did not resonate.
Yeah, you got to
with
change
Chinese
it.
people.
I mean, the reason McDonald's and all these people do so well everywhere else is because they really change it. If you go to Mexico or if you go to McDonald's in Japan, the Ebi burger is like the first thing that's presented. It's like the number 2, and it's a shrimp burger. I mean, they cater to the textures and the flavors and the things that are in those regions. You know what kills it in Japan? KFC.
KFC. Well, that's a big Christmas time.
Everywhere.
Like that's like a tradition. It's like a traditional
I don't know.
Christmas
I don't
meal.
know.
The generals instead
I
of the
don't remember.
colonels.
I know that I went to Denny's in Tokyo, and boy, it wasn't the same as here. That's for sure.
Burger King in Russia was different.
It was hard to find a super bird with no tomato.
So I just read like they tried to open Subway in Japan. The first time they tried to do like Subway as if it's here and do it there.
Yeah.
And that was in the early 90s. Did not work. And they came back with menu changes to make it more to the Japanese palate.
You have to make it different. Otherwise,
KFC in Russia
out of
was
nowhere.
they can't get whole birds, so it was all wings in the bucket.
Oh, really?
So it was just like you ordered a bucket of chicken, you got like 100 wings piled to the top, just covered in they love the skin. It was thick, which I kind of liked, to be honest. But when I saw the KFC, I did it as a bit because I was like, oh, the U.S. Embassy, I'll go in here and see what's up. And ordered a bucket just for the bit. And then I was like, oh, man, there's like 100 wings in here.
That's what we used to call the Starbucks in any country. Like, oh, there goes an embassy.
They try to do that with Wendy's. So Wendy's in Japan, they in the 80s, they tried it with burgers and chili and stuff. Didn't work.
It didn't work because the very first thing that I ever had in Japan was Wendy's.
Well, and they came back in 09.
Big Dave Sushi.
With a heavily localized menu.
Yeah, there's one right next to Shibuya, and that was the very first place. And I couldn't believe we were in Japan, and the first place we went was Wendy's.
McDonald's.
Idiots.
McDonald's did not work in Bolivia.
You met Shibuya?
What?
Did you say you met Shibuya?
Shibuya.
Wow.
Shibuya. McDonald's in Bolivia didn't work out.
All right, so it doesn't sound like it's going very well. Maybe
Krispy
don't
Kreme
do
in
this.
Australia didn't work out.
Whoa. See, I would have seen that working pretty well.
Nope. Overall, overexpansion, competition with local bakeries, changing taste led to most of the stores in Australia closing by 2010.
I will say Krispy Kreme had an opening while we were there in Japan, and there was a line. It was 6 a.m. because, your schedule's all messed up, so you're up early. It was 6 a.m., and they had a line all the way around the Tokyo
Hot donut
Block.
sign on.
Oh, my gosh,
Very
dude.
cool.
I was like, what, Krispy Kreme? I mean, it was a global phenomenon at the moment.
Yeah, but
And-
that's how I felt when I had my first Krispy Kreme before I moved to St. Louis with my mom. She's like, "Oh, if the hot donut sign's on, we gotta go."
Oh, if the donuts,
And
if
so-
the sign's on,
So we
making the donuts.
would get the donuts, and drive back to West Frankfort, Illinois,
It was
where
a big deal.
the only thing, and it was delicious, and it's still there. Dixie Cream was, but they didn't have a hot donut sign, And so I'd never had a hot donut before, you guys, before I moved to St. Louis.
So when you think of pretzels, like the giant pretzels, you think like the German Bavarian pretzels?
Yeah.
So Annie Ann's tried to open in Germany. Did not work.
Oh, man, really? Even the cinnamon sugar pretzel.
Germans preferred their own pretzels.
They got that hanging next to the pig heads.
Pretzels
like
are
on
not
all
to
the
be
main streets.
enjoyed. They are to be devoured as sustenance. Nein, what is this cinnamon?
Nine.
Dude,
You're not be making the pretzels now.
Germany during like festival season, you'll just kind of be walking around, you'll find a park and you'll stumble upon some I guess it's like a flea market or something like that. And dude, just like the movies, there's meat hanging, pig heads and
pretzels-
sausages and this and that. There's just
And their pretzels are straight, right?
No, they're gay pretzels.
I don't know.
Their pretzels are because
remember.
Annie Ann's pretzel looks just a little too much like a swastika. You know what I mean? Like the Germans are like,
What?
no. So you're not doing this
Can't
anymore.
have that.
Wait a minute. It looks like a peace sign more than a swastika.
Well, I don't. I mean, if you make it a little crooked, you're
what?
I've never had a
murky water here.
swastika pretzel.
I never associated.
I've only found peace in the pretzel
What
eating
is this
that I've done.
pretzel?
Who trained?
This is not. I swear to God, this is not us. This is the Americans.
No.
Let's not bring pretzels into
No.
fascism.
Call this the Kanye.
No.
Wow, you guys made some real mental gymnastic leaps there.
No, Annie Ann's in Germany. Germans preferred their own traditional pretzels, and Annie Ann's struggled to compete, and they all closed.
There's something about whatever their ingredients are over there too, is they're simpler.
What do you think makes these things a success? Is this like when other people come here and they're like, this isn't Thai food, or this isn't Mexican food. You guys don't have Mexican food here. Would we be like that when we went over there and we're like, this isn't McDonald's?
Well, if you
Yeah,
open up like a Panda Express
You don't even
in
know.
China.
Yeah, you got to find the balance. You got to find the balance of palate. I'm telling you, when you when you go to Japan, the first couple days, if you're just eating Japanese food, you feel like everything's super bland. And after about I would say probably a 2-week period, all of a sudden your taste buds start understanding subtleties in a way that you didn't understand that you could do. And then if you're there for more than 2 weeks and you come back here and you have ketchup, it's like a brightly colored animated cartoon just got slapped in
Well,
your
we
mouth.
got-
It's like everything is so vivid and so intense.
We have an expert on the phone who's going to weigh in. Chris Kerber. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, everybody. How are you?
Hey, Chris, do you think Chipotle is going to open up stores in Mexico? You think it's going to be all right for them?
I would think that they would have test marketed it enough, right? Maybe there's enough tourism, yes, but it's sort of like when Chevy. I guess part of me thinks that Chevy introduced had that car, the Nova, which sounds like this great, star here in English, but in Spanish, Nova means it doesn't go. So when they tried to market it down in Mexico, it didn't quite fly as well.
Well, there was a couple of attempts.
That's an interesting one. I don't know about that one. I mean,
there were a couple attempts of opening up Taco Bells in Mexico. One in the 90s and again in the early 2000s did not work.
That's an interesting one. I have no idea.
Like they tried to open
I have
up
no
Pizza
idea.
Hut in Italy, did not work.
I can't imagine.
Did not work.
No, the thing is, and like Moon was just talking about going over to Japan, and I've never been there, right? But I did spend, 2 summers ago, I spent 10 days in Italy. And I'm telling you, eating was just different. And to the point that, like it's impacted me here. Like, okay, how do I get to the point where I feel like I'm eating like I did on that vacation? And it wasn't that we went to a bunch of these amazing restaurants and all these other things. It was the food you eat, whether it was the portion size, how you felt afterwards, things like that. So I think sometimes, all the Americanization of these foods sometimes probably doesn't fly in other countries.
Yeah, how did you feel after eating the Italian food in Italy? I bet you felt great.
Loved it. I felt great. Like, I never once had a meal where I felt stuffed, bloated, just blah, like you might feel sometimes here.
Right. Hey,
I cooked a dinner last night that was just atrocious.
You did? What was it?
What'd you have?
Well, okay, so you guys order those meal services, like there's like Blue Apron and HelloFresh,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so we did Blue Apron for a while, but everything was just really the same thing. Didn't like it. And it's helpful for us that the ingredients come, when you've got, now 2 kids living at the house with 1 in college, but just the schedule-wise, it was good. So we've actually liked HelloFresh, and we'll typically just get 2 meals from them a week, right? Which is, because you guys know when you get home, sometimes you're like, yeah, I really don't want that.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
By the time you get home, even if you plan your meals out for the week. So anyway, I thought I'm gonna get home from Winnipeg the night before. Got a kind of a pretty relaxed day, nothing to cover team wise. So I prepped the meal earlier, and it was basically it was supposed to be these pork goiza tacos, which sounded great, but my wife doesn't like the pork, so she ordered ground beef, and it basically just became smash burger on a tortilla. And it just wasn't worth the effort or the calories or nothing. I got done with, when you get done with a meal, like you're hungry.
Yeah.
You feel like, okay, I'm going to enjoy a meal with the family, that kind of stuff. And you got done and you're like, yeah, this just wasn't very good at all.
Yeah, well, you should have come over my house.
That was that experience.
I had the Blackstone out. I made some smash burgers. We did we did it up yesterday. Woo!
That's nice.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I think the green egg's going to have to get fired up. Here.
All right, Chris, I want to talk to you about a couple things here before we get into the real meat of the Jets Blues series. So you had me laughing on Twitter the other day. So Chris Kerber tweets out, "Holy hell, there's no way you could watch that first period tonight between the Blues and Jets and tell me any pro sport is more exciting or more fun to watch than the playoffs in the NHL. What a period with both teams laying it all on the line," which you were 100% correct. Okay, and a guy named Cody then responds to that, "If only they could get it to where we can actually watch the games and not have to jump through so many hoops just to watch the game. I have not been able to watch a minute of playoff hockey because they can't figure their stuff out." To which I replied. To which Chris replies, "Quit griping. It's not hard to find it. It's the playoffs. No excuse. Find a way." I think this guy wanted you to come over his house and turn the game on for him because he couldn't figure it out.
I understand.
This is a very interesting topic, okay? And I'm going to step outside the ditches a little bit here on this one because to some extent I do agree with Cody. Now, where I'm saying step outside the ditches, guys, is in some sense right now I'm going to rip our own business, okay?
It's on 2 channels.
That one's just inexcusable. That's just somebody that wants to bitch and gripe, right? And is lazy. Okay. Now, but the regular thing of it is I get it. Like, even as a broadcaster working for a team, I understand what fans are talking about. Okay. In our house, I had Dish Network for the longest of times. I loved it. I loved the technology. I had no issues paying a little bit more than didn't feel like cutting the cord, that kind of stuff. All right, they got rid of Fox Sports Midwest, and they were the first ones to say with regional sports, we're not going to worry about it. So for 3 years, we did not have Cardinal baseball on in our house.
Right.
And that's a problem for the Cardinals, and they're seeing it right now, I believe, right?
So I understand that part of it, yes.
Yeah, so I changed. So here's what I did. I'm like, okay, I want to get it back on. All right, so I looked at YouTube TV, and then I looked at Hulu first. I got Hulu. And then they had the problem with the regionals, right? And then I looked at with the YouTube, and then they had the problem. I'm like, okay, uncle. So I totally get it because I said I'm not doing it anymore. I totally understand where the fans are coming from. However, this is part of a changing landscape right now. And sitting there just bitching about it doesn't do you any good. The reality of it is Is it sometimes easy? No. Here's another great example, okay? I'm starting to, Mizzou's playing pretty well. So I'm like, okay, I'm a casual fan. I'll become a bigger fan now that one of my daughters decided to go there. But right? So I'm like, okay, my man, and I figure whatever. So my daughter comes home from Louisville. Louisville's playing Kentucky in a football game. Wants to watch it. It's on the SEC network. I'm like, all right, well, I watch some more Mizzou games, so maybe I'll see if I can add the SEC network to the Spectrum package I have, right? I call up. I said, I'd like to add the SEC package. The only way I could do it would have been to have picked up like their largest package, which was close to $200 a month.
Right. Hey,
like I said, I only want the one network, and I'm already paying for this. So here's the deal. I understand where fans are coming from on this one, but the reality of it is come playoff time, you can find these games on ESPN Plus. I mean, look, and it's not that hard. FanDuel has an app where you can get every game. Now the blackouts.
This guy's complaining about it's on the channel that you always watch your Blues hockey on.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And he was. Now look, Blues fans in Chicago, okay, or wherever you may be, there aren't blackouts in the postseason. You're able to watch. I mean, I could literally watch on regular TV, and I only have like a 15-channel package from Spectrum right now, right? And I got the plus the sports tier. I was able to watch every single NHL playoff game last night.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I understand some of the angst during the regular season and some of the stuff. I think all these leagues that do blackouts are still just absolutely stupid, which is every single one of them, by the way, except for MLS. And but holy hell, like
and
eventually,
he means by the blackouts. And you mean by the blackout is so. Let's say you have YouTube TV, they'll black out local sports because they want you to get whatever network it's on locally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the old model. The snag is this: is even if you had a streaming service, right? You couldn't sit in the back row of your kid's grade school recital that you really didn't want to be at anyway, and put the game on your phone, right?
Yeah.
Because it was blacked out. So, or if you're living in Dallas, right? They won't let you watch FanDuel Midwest because you're in another NHL market. Okay, this is the same thing with baseball. So. The one thing, and this is the challenge that every single sports league and every single team is facing, not only just because of the cord cutters, but technology is moving faster than these leagues' business models are.
Yep.
And because of that, fans are expecting to be able, I should be able to watch whatever sports team I want to watch whenever I want to watch it.
Yeah.
In today's world. And that's the challenge these leagues are having a hard time catching up with.
Well, I think this guy was just on there complaining just to complain.
Yeah, I've been saying for a long time, I wish they would just let me buy my team. If you're going to force a subscription service on me, fine. Let me buy the Chiefs. Don't make me buy the whole NFL package for thousands of dollars. Let me spend $150 every Chiefs game on my phone all year long, every Blues game. At least then the diehard fans can stay engaged. But
yeah, the challenge, Rafe, I think it's going that way. I think you're going to have that option for every single team in every single league before too long here.
I hope so.
The challenge that you have, okay, and MLS is the one that is, I think, showing this the most. And actually, there are teams in the NHL that went to just a streaming service and things like that. And so for the first time, they're starting to collect data. They're starting to understand market trends. They're starting to understand viewership trends, right? And the numbers don't look good compared to some of these other ones. Now, the challenge that you'll have is your diehards, your ones that really want it like you're going to watch it, okay? All right? But if that's the only way that teams go, somebody like me may not be willing. I'm not going to watch the Chiefs, right? So the casual viewer goes. How important is that? Where is that? Well, that remains to be seen. Look, the challenge is, right up front, guys. The challenge that St. Louis has right now with FanDuel is because of the distribution issues. There's close to 50% of the market that has a service or has a process of watching, television, watching the games that doesn't have FanDuel. So it's the job of FanDuel, it's the job of the Blues, it's the job of the Cardinals, right? To work with fans to create the new behaviors, to get the games to them, to show them how to get them. And I think the Blues did a great job with KMOV this year for that, as an example.
Yeah, that's right. They put a handful of games on network.
Free games on free TV.
Yeah, free TV.
Right? Now, again, some people griped about it. I get it, but you got to learn a new system. And here we are, we're putting it on free TV and people were upset, right? But it takes time to create the habits and educate the change, and we'll get there, but it is a process.
Well, think about this.
I understand the fans' angst, but it is easier to. It still is. You can still find the games if you want.
Think about a couple years ago when Poulos hit the record-breaking home run, and it was on Apple TV, and somebody like Moon's mom, who's a diehard Cardinal fan, couldn't watch it.
Didn't get to see it.
Well, anyway.
Guys, up until the day that my dad passed away, there's an 82-year-old man that had his cell phone in his pocket and would listen to 101 ESPN through an app. Okay, if I can send my digital hockey tickets to a 70-year-old aunt, and she has no problem getting there, I think we're getting to the point where anybody younger than that should be able to figure this world out a little bit with a little effort.
All right, Chris, I do want to talk about another aspect of what's going on with this Jets Blues series. Explain what's going on with Joel Hofer during the pregame not getting off the ice, which I think this is a great little game within the game that's going on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here on home ice now. So,
do you guys know what's going on? Yeah, okay, so if Chris, explain to people if they don't know.
Okay, so you come on the ice for warm-up. So, say for a 7:00 game, warm-up starts at 7:30. All right, the guys are on the ice for, I think, 15, 16, 18 minutes, whatever the hell it is. And then, there's typically some guys that are the last to leave. David Perron was. Well, kind of well known around the league that Mark Scheifele likes to be the last guy off the ice, including, depending on both teams. Joel Hofer knows this. So Joel Hofer has stayed out on the ice, and he's firing pucks down the ice into the other team's net, and then Scheifele's staying out there. Now, look, here's the deal. I don't know if the league could fine you for staying out too long or what, but it's a little gamemanship going on here. And eventually, in the first two games, Joel Hofer has left the ice surface first, and then the crowd has gone nuts. We'll see what happens here, on Thursday night. But yeah, it has been a little bit fun. It's gotten the crowd into it. It's fun to watch.
That's
and
good.
The games within the game are awesome.
It's the game within the game. All right, so tomorrow night we got Game 3. It sucks the game starts at what's supposed to be 8:30. It'll probably more like 8:45, almost 9 o'clock, depending on when the first game of the night ends. Man, Snuggerud had himself a game 2 nights ago. Found himself, in an unfortunate situation with the first goal going off his foot into the net after Binnington made a save, and then he gets his first playoff goal. How do you assess his play overall?
Listen, I think he's been fantastic. I could be one of the few. I'm looking at these playoffs maybe a little bit differently than others. I hope the Blues obviously do well. I'd love to see them get this one win and at least force this series to a Game 5. But the experience that players like Neighbors and Bolduc and Snuggerud and these guys are getting has been phenomenal. For a guy that's just approaching his 10 games in the National Hockey League, counting the regular season and the playoffs, he's been fantastic. And he clearly has an NHL shot. We've already seen that a couple of times. He's, more importantly, you watch him with Robert Thomas, and sometimes there's these real tight, just puck touches that go right. So there's some good sense to him. He seems to know where to be, go to the right spot on the ice. And for fans that wonder, how do you assess a guy? Yeah, you can look at shots, you can look at points, you can look at scoring chances. Watch their play away from the puck. So in other words, tomorrow night, if you're at the game, just and he's on the ice, don't even watch the puck. Just watch where he's going. Watch him for a shift or two. And you'll find out if he's in the right spots, and that's where you'll see some of that great hockey awareness. Look, especially with Holloway out, Snuggerud coming in has been big. It's been huge. This series so far is not to me about the young guys. The Blues have veteran players that I think need to break through and be better. But Snuggerud, I think, has just been fantastic, and you got to be excited for the future with this kid in the lineup.
Well, Coach Montgomery mentioned net hunger needs to increase for the Blues, and I'm like, net hunger? Explain what net hunger is.
Net hunger. So if you look at where Winnipeg has scored their goals, and then you look at how the Blues have scored their goals. Winnipeg have scored a lot of their goals right in front of the net. For example, that drive to the middle by Scheifele that Binnington saved. But then trying to check Scheifele, Snuggerud bumps into Binnington, and the puck goes in. They've had a couple of deflections right in front of the net. It's getting to the net front. So if you look at those face-off circles and then you see the two hash marks, in between the face-off circles, down to the blue goal crease in the front of the net. Who wins the battle to get body positioning, to get the puck into that area and win some battles? The Blues have scored on Hellebuck. Now, they've only scored 1 5-on-5. The rest have been power play, and they've all been kind of, long shots that have beaten them over the shoulder, over the glove. They haven't had a lot of second chance opportunities, banging in rebounds, things like that. That's the net front. That's the net hungry. You've got to be hungry to get right to the front of the net, stand on top of the blue crease, get right in front of the goaltender, and battle for the puck there.
All right, so Game 3 tomorrow night. What do you expect to see differently that we have not seen the first two games? Just to kind of wrap this up.
Part of me will be surprised if we don't go back to 12 forwards. We played 7 defensemen in the last game, so I think I'm expecting to see that. And I think with the home crowd being as revved up as it'll be at 8:30 at night, I think we're going to see a charged up Blues team. This series has been nasty physically. I mean, the hits we saw, the hit that Jordan Kyrou took was just, that hit from Stanley just was spectacular. So the physicality is there. I'm going to look for more battle for the Blues in front of the net. Jordan Binnington has been fantastic. He's been really good in these playoffs so far. They're getting the goaltending. What I'm looking for in Game 3 is more of the veteran defensemen to have an impact. I'm looking for the defensemen to get more shots through and play a larger role in keeping the puck alive in the offensive zone, right? And then it's going to be, to me, guys like Pavel Buchnevich and other top players, Braden Shen finding the back of the net or finding some points. Even that fourth line, you've got to be able to chip in. The bottom six has got to be able to chip in offensively. So, for me, the story of Game 3 is going to have to be 5-on-5 offense, and can they find some that they had during that 12-game streak?
All right. Well, tomorrow, Game 3 over at Enterprise. Obviously, listen to Chris and Joey call the game on 101 ESPN and the Curbside podcast. Afterwards, Chris, have a great call tomorrow night, and we'll speak to you next week.
All right. Have an awesome week, y'all.
There
Talk
he
to you
is,
later.
the great Chris Kerber, everybody. Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Moon will read some of your emails. I think we'll have a special guest kind of roam in here.
Oh.
At 9 o'clock. Somebody we haven't seen in a while.
Dad?
Ozzy Smith.
No.
Dad? Oh,
That'd
man.
be neat.
All right, 8:50. Wednesday, traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have delays 270 westbound between 364 and 64. Average speed about 25 miles an hour. Out west, we have some delays 70 eastbound between 64 and Bryan Road. Your point forecast, warm and dry. High of 82 right now. It's 63 at the Point Studio.
Yeah, we don't want to do anything to scare your children. That's the last thing we want to do. We don't want to scare anybody.
Joined by Seether. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you, and thank you for being here with us. The first thing I want to bring to your attention, and I'm sure that you guys don't keep track of this because you have way bigger things to do, but this is your 6th Point Fest, all right? Out of the 30-some odd that we've done, you've done 6 of them. Not to mention birthday shows, Christmas shows. While other rock bands have kind of gone by the wayside, you guys have just been a constant core artist for us. I was looking last night. We have played like 26 different Seether songs in the history of our career, and your career.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about Patricia's. It's where fun and fantasy meet. It's that time of year again. It's wedding season, so that means bachelorette parties. Ladies, if you're in charge of planning the bachelorette party or you're in charge of, getting all the gift bag stuff, you go to Patricia's, of course. That's where you get the candy, the naughty dice, the corsets, and so much more. And if you have any questions, can't find something, feel free to ask any employee there. They're not going to judge you. Trust me, they've heard it all. Patricia's is where you go for the lotions, the lubes, the vibrating toys, the sexy costumes, the sexy lingerie. If you've been to the East Side and you see what those girls on stage are wearing, those stiletto heels, you get them at Patricia's. Things for the novice, things for the expert, and everything in between. And you have 3 very convenient Patricia's locations. St. Peter's at the Cave Springs exit, on Page, 3 miles east of the Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravois. For all your fun and adult toys, it's Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet.
All right, backstage at Point Fest, and for the first time playing our fantastic festival, a rock and roll band that we have come to like quite a bit in the last 6 to 9 months. Gentlemen, it's great to see you from Bad Flower. Welcome to St. Louis and welcome to Point Fest. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
So I want
talking into the fart mics.
Talking into the fart mics, absolutely. The first thing that I just want to kind of cut straight to it. The song Promise Me we're playing right now, and I love it.
Thank you.
I absolutely love it. When we play it, I honestly feel like it jumps out of the speakers and just, I don't know, man, I think it just sounds great, but it definitely sounds different than the first 2 singles before it. I'm assuming that was a purposeful move on you guys' part.
I think if it was up to me, Promise Me would have been the first single. But there were tactics involved and as to why we went and did it in the order that we did. And I'm glad that we did it in the order that we did, because Ghost was such a huge success. And then Heroin, we didn't expect to also be such a huge success. So it was cool to sort of seal that and now come out with our song that is way less on the rock side that everybody knows us to be. Mm-hmm. And it shows more of who we really are, which is a more diverse group.
Right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Promise Me went #1 at Active Rock over the week.
Heroin
went number 1.
I was like, it did?
There we go. Hey, already screwed up this interview.
Yeah, no, Heroin is currently number 1.
We just went there. The reason that I say that is because on the alternative side of things, Promise Me is the one that we are playing right now.
Totally.
But when you see those kinds of things happen, when you see the song move up the charts and see people start to play it and really react to it, as a young band, I just cannot imagine that sort of feeling. It has to be just a really rewarding thing, because I'm sure it's something they've been working on for quite some time. Obviously have a lot invested in it. When you start seeing the comeback, more people at the gigs, how does that trigger in your mind?
It is rewarding, but it also it becomes normalized really fast. And that's the thing that we didn't expect to happen, that a lot of people don't realize happens, is we never really have that moment where we're like, oh my goodness, we've made it. Look at all these things that we have. It's just sort of like you keep hitting these small tiers and small tiers and small tiers, and eventually you reach a certain point. And if you do sort of look over that cliff at all your past and everything that you sort of went through to get to that point, it's pretty impressive and it's pretty fun to look at it. But we don't spend a lot of time doing that. We just keep moving forward.
Right. Well, and I think that most bands will kind of say the similar.
Yeah, because we'll never feel like we've made it to any degree. Like there's no level of success that feels like the end or the pinnacle point. We always thought there was, like in the very beginning it was, we just want to get on tour, we just want to be the support band on the tour, and then we had that. Oh, we just want to sign with a record label, then we got that. We just want to have our own fans who sing the lyrics back to our songs, we have it. Like we kept achieving these things that we wanted, and they never felt like it was the end, which is a good thing.
Right. Well, I was talking to the guys in Cedar about this just a few minutes ago. Sometimes when you are writing, I've heard from those that are talented enough to write songs, which I am not one, that sometimes they don't like to listen to other things while they write because it unduly kind of influences them. Is that something?
Oh yeah, it's a real thing.
As well?
For sure.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't like to listen to other things, but if you do, chances are some little piece of what you've been into is going to be it's going to be in your new music. It's just the way it is. Like a little chord progression, a little lyric change, like some tiny little thing. It's going to recycle itself into your new work.
So then do you hear that and go, I was listening to XNX at the time.
Yeah.
Out.
Sure, but we also embrace that. Like, if it's not straight up plagiarism or if it's not stealing, it's like it's kind of cool,
right?
You know, and I'd even admit to that at times. Like, listen to this one part in that song; it sounds just like this. Clearly, I was listening to a lot of that at the time.
Did I read this? And I could have read this wrong. And if I did, it'll be embarrassing moment number 2 in our
Spice
interview.
Girls?
No.
Okay.
Did you guys record the "I Don't Know How But They Found Me" record?
No, not the record.
A choke?
I mixed the song.
Okay.
And I recorded the drums in our house.
Oh, okay.
The same place where we recorded Heroin, which is also on the radio. Yeah, I just tweeted that.
That's
because
okay.
yeah, Ryan was texting me and he's like, "Dude, how cool is it that the song that I recorded in your kitchen is on the radio right now?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't even think you realize, but the same kitchen, we recorded our song and it's #1 on the radio right now." And it's kind of cool. There's 2.
It was on my drum set too.
2 songs. Did he use your kit?
I'm pretty sure he used the
Oh, he did.
the
Yeah,
toms.
yeah.
He used his snare. But
That's right.
I saw those guys 2 weeks ago for the first time.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah, they're such a good band.
I mean, it was, and I'm not here to talk about another band.
Oh,
I'm
no,
talking about your band, you
I
know?
don't care.
But like, it was one of those things where like, where you feel like you're watching something before it gets really big. And I have heard people say that very same thing about seeing you guys, not only here today, but in past, or in people that have seen you like in industry things that started last year were like, you got to check out this band, Bad Flower,
Right.
because
Cool.
they're right on the cusp of, of breaking out. And that's when I first heard you, and it was about a year ago, and we have been playing you ever since.
Nice segue from them back to us. That was perfect.
You know,
Like you snaked right back into it.
I try to be a professional when
That's
it's all
great.
possible, but we're very happy to have you guys here, and again, we're very thrilled to have. One of the things I like, and
Playoffs are heating up, and Underdog is the place to make your entries even more exciting with their brand new Extender promo. That's right, the Extender promo with Underdog. Here's how it works. You start your playoff series by using your Game 1 boost, and with each game, your boosts keep growing as the series continues. The longer the series, the bigger the boosts. It's simple. Underdog is one of the fastest growing sports game apps in the country. Millions of fans have already won billions on Underdog, and with over 100,000 5-star reviews, the app speaks for itself. So here's how it works. You download the app, you pick a player, and decide if they'll go higher or lower on stats like points and assists and more. It's easy. It's a layup, and you could start playing with as little as $1. And if your entry's perfect, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So imagine turning that $1 into $1,000 with your hoops knowledge. Underdog is easy, it's fun, and it makes watching the games even better. So download the Underdog app now, sign up with promo code RIZ, unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 of bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code RIZZ. Must be 18 and older and 19 and older in Alabama and Nebraska and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
we are backstage at Point Fest, and I got to tell you.
Say it again, but slower.
Backstage at Point Fest with
Point
my dude,
Fest.
grandson.
Woo! How long has it been since the last Point Fest?
Oh, 2 years almost, probably. A
We
year
are
and a half, for
backstage
and doing it.
at Point Fest.
Program joining us in studio, our dear, dear friend from ESPN's unsportsmanlike St. Louis's own Michelle Smallman.
Hey, everybody.
Michelle, nice to see you.
It is so great to see you guys. And Riz, you've been my hero the past 2 days, letting me in the building very early. So thank you for that.
All right, so,
Do you not have a key?
No, she
I
forgot
have
it.
one, but
Oh.
I forgot it in New York City.
And he doesn't yell at you? He yells at us usually if that
I
happens.
think he felt badly for me because I'm standing outside in the darkness in the middle of the night. And so he just was so kind to let me in.
Well, so normally you're broadcasting in New York City,
Yep.
and you're home here broadcasting, from one of the empty studios down the hallway. You text me on Sunday night going, "I forgot my key card." Come on,
I know.
what's wrong with you?
Bad move on my part.
Bad move.
But I'm like, who is in the building super early?
Me.
It's Riz.
Yeah, the only one here. And then
Johnny
you park,
Mariah.
and then you park in the most
Oh, God,
in the
Michelle.
scariest underground garage.
I did.
Why down there? Did you park there whenever you worked here?
I used to park in the front, but then I remember they told us don't park in the front. That's for customers of other businesses. And as a good company girl,
Yeah.
I remember that scolding from years ago, and I parked in the back.
I go, what are they going to do?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
You can
when
do
you're in
whatever you
town.
want. You work for ESPN, for God's sakes.
I do.
The big
So
time.
New York is treating you well. You love it.
I love New York. New York is a very fun and dynamic place. Every day is different if you want it to be, but it also, you have your little neighborhoods and that cozy feel there. I obviously miss St. Louis and I miss home, but it's a really good chapter.
You don't have to lie.
No, I do. I love St. Louis. I miss home.
What part of New York are you living in?
I'm downtown.
Oh, downtown.
Near the tall
nice.
buildings.
Downtown.
Fancy pants.
I'm not an uptown girl. I'm a downtown girl.
A lot of people,
Sweet.
huh?
A lot of people.
A lot of people downtown, Rafe. I don't know if you've ever been.
To New York?
Downtown.
No, I'm scared to go there.
What's considered downtown New York? I mean, I've been, but I don't know if I was downtown.
Lower Manhattan, right?
I mean, there's Midtown.
Yes.
There's Uptown.
Where's Brooklyn? Is Brooklyn
That's
downtown?
Brooklyn's
another- that's
across
another
the
borough.
river. It's a
Where's
whole
around
thing.
town?
Yeah, different borough. So there's the park.
What neighborhood are you in? Or do you not want to say?
Well, I don't think I should say that.
Yeah, don't say. Don't say.
There's
What
18 million
address?
people
Too
there.
many
Yeah.
people are
We
not.
don't want to narrow it down to the 9 million people that live in Hell's Kitchen.
And there's Uptown, that's above Central Park.
Okay.
And then there's Midtown, which is just below Central Park. And there's downtown, which is where Michelle is. And there's the Lower East Side, and then there's like way downtown.
By where we broadcast, the South Street Seaport, which is in the financial district, kind of by One World Trade.
Yeah, I saw them pull a body out of that water down there.
Oh my.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just a normal Thursday.
It was a normal New York day.
You never know what you're going to see in New York. It's a very weird place.
What have you found that you discovered on your own now moving out there? Because you'd gone to New York a million times before moving there. Like, what is your go-to? What are the things that you, in your every week, you're doing?
I'm eating a lot more bagels.
Are you really?
I'm eating bagels.
And you don't feel bad because you walk it off.
Correct. But I don't know if people say it's the water. That's why the bagels taste different. I don't know what it is, but you cannot get bagels like you can get in New York. And I live by a great bagel spot. I feel like I'm going there at least once a week.
There was a place up the street here called the Bagel Factory.
Yes.
That made bagels just like in New York.
Really? I never had them, but I had heard that.
The guy got super pissed off when I taled about it on the radio.
Because too many people were going.
He just made however much he made, and that was it. I'm not making any more.
He was upset.
I'm not making any more, okay? When I'm done, and I'm closed.
Wow.
And he was upset that we mentioned his place. And now he's closed.
The rare business that did not want pub on an
closed.
amazing show.
He's closed now because I'm not making any more bagels. I feel like
He was overworked.
I just feel like he just went one day. I'm done making bagels.
Yeah,
and I'm
he had
out.
enough.
Throw my arms up.
It's probably like a mob informant that was just trying to live.
Oh, witness protection.
Gosh.
I feel like every time I have a friend move to New York, I learn something more about like New York standards. And when Michelle moved over there, the first thing I learned that I'd never heard of before was the couch doctor. Like, you got all these apartments that are in 100 whatever stories up, and like there's couches, and we all know the whole pivot scene from Friends and all that kind of stuff. And you think, man, how would I get some of my Midwestern furniture up in something like that?
Well, the tall buildings would have freight elevators. It's the walk-ups.
Dude, Michelle had this experience that was mind-blowing. You want to tell that?
Sure. And I'm surprised you remember that. That
Oh my
was
God.
years ago, but it was a seminal moment.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It stuck with me, and it was a big deal. And I
Yes.
thought, wow, what an experience.
So you mentioned the pivot scene from Friends that is so famous, and that's because the stairwells are very narrow in New York City. Obviously, these were built back before we had all of this space. And when I first moved into my apartment, there was no freight elevator, and my couch, standard size couch, did not fit in the stairwell, and it did not fit in the elevator. And so I'm like, well, what do I do? And my building told me, well, you have two options. You can either put it out on the curb and just be done with it, or you can call the couch doctor. And I'm like, the couch doctor? So they give me the number. I call up the couch doctor. They're like, we'll be there in 30 minutes.
Nice.
Because if you're calling the couch doctor, it's a 911 couch emergency,
Yeah,
right?
because there's a couch on a curb somewhere that you don't want to let go.
Correct. And this is a beautiful couch. Not comfortable at all. Aesthetically, very pleasing.
But,
Nice.
okay.
Very
Love
pleasing. So two guys show up, one doctor, one RN, I'm assuming, and they sawed my couch in half. Sawed it in half right there in the lobby of my building. They brought it up and then they reassembled it. They I don't know if they glued it or sewed it back together in my apartment. And it was very expensive. And now the couch has all sorts of holes in it and I can't get it out.
Hey,
I cannot get it out.
I got it up here. That's all you wanted, right?
Correct. What are you complaining
What
about?
are you complaining about?
You got to call the couch coroner if you want him out of here.
I sawed it in half, and it's upstairs, and that's it.
I'm Vito. I'm Dr. Vito.
It's in your building.
I'm
What do
the
you
couch
want?
doctor.
You got to call the surgeon to get it out.
I hope
Seriously.
did he have one of them things on his head?
The little
lamp?
pieces of metal.
No, and no stethoscope either. He wasn't very legit.
That's upsetting.
Yeah.
I'd lean in all the way if I was the coach.
Call it time of death. So from here, you're heading up to Green Bay.
I am. In fact, the NFL draft tomorrow, round
I
one.
love
We're
this
going
so
to Green
much.
Bay.
Are you Packers girl this season as well?
Oh yeah, Packers for
Okay,
life.
all right.
When I commit, I commit.
I loved your bachelor for your NFL team that you were going to support. I
Explain.
thought that was just lovely. It was last season, right?
Yep.
So
You had to
last
pick a team.
Yeah. So you explain it, like
Sure.
where it came from.
So as we know, the Rams were brutally ripped from us, and that
When did this happen?
2015 it was a rough time.
Yeah,
rough
Okay.
time.
Feels like yesterday.
I'm not surprised that you mentally blocked it out.
Yes.
You know, it was a rough time for us.
Such the Rams fan I was.
Yeah, obviously, Riz. And, you know, for a lot of people in St. Louis, they were a fan without a football home. I was one of them. It took me years to even want to get on board again. But now that I'm working for ESPN, we obviously talk a lot of NFL. And I felt left out. Everyone on my show has their teams that they cheer for. They would do little segments about their teams. And I was just like, fun, cute. You know, I didn't have anything to do. So we came up with this idea to do the NFL Bachelorette, where I took pitches from all 31 NFL teams because the Rams are dead to me, lifetime ban.
Nice.
And then I whittled it down to 6. I gave 6 teams roses. We whittled that down to 3. And then I made my final pick, which was the Green Bay Packers. I went on a hometown visit to Lambeau. That really cemented my fandom. And yeah, we're Packers for life
Now
over here.
you're a Packer girl.
And now we're going back to Green Bay for the draft.
Every game that you went to, they won.
Which was one, yes.
Yes.
What'd you think of Lambeau? Was
You
it?
framed it really well, though.
Thank you. I love that.
What'd you think of Lambeau?
It's as special as everyone says
Really?
it is. It is one of the cathedrals in sports. It's a town that exists for football. And when you go there, you just feel the gravitas. You feel the history. You feel why it matters
Well,
so much. It reminds me a lot of Cardinal baseball in that way.
The Packers, are they the only team that does this, that the fans actually have shares of the team?
Yes, they're the owners,
That's
which
neat.
is part of the reason I chose them. No billionaire owner sitting in an ivory tower that doesn't care about the fans. It can rip
Yeah.
them out at any time. You know the Green Bay Packers aren't going anywhere.
Let's go.
Yeah,
He's
the,
right.
the city
I love it.
actually owns the team. I mean, the fact that the fans were able
Mm-hmm.
to buy shares of the team and actually have some kind of skin in the game
Yeah.
is, well, what else they got going?
I was a Packers fan.
Let's be honest with ourselves. What else is going on?
Well,
up
they
in
have
Green Bay?
cheese. They have cranberries. Did you know Wisconsin is one of the world's largest producers of cranberries?
Yeah,
yes,
a lot of
I.
bogs.
Yes,
That's
I am
awesome.
doing ads for Travel Wisconsin.
Okay, but you know what, though?
A lot of bugs.
But in Green Bay,
Well, how else would there be? Where else would they be?
other parts of Wisconsin, Madison.
Well,
Great
Whatever.
city.
I was a
Bog
fan
City.
of Green Bay whenever something about Mary came out. Brett Favre was in the end of that movie. And I also liked I donned a cheese head because that was cool.
And it still is cool.
They
It's not
still do
past
that.
tense.
In
It's,
certain
it's
circles,
present.
Yes.
That was awesome. It had a starter
cool.
jacket, but it was only
Did
because
you?
of that movie, Michelle. It had nothing to I didn't like. I had an uncle that was from there, and so that was where he got me the cheese head. But it was really that movie.
You're in good
that
company
solidified
too
it.
because of how popular Green Bay stuff is in St. Louis and has been for many decades. And I figured it was something with the broadcasting.
Well,
or
it was
whatever.
Fox 2 really tried, when the Rams left Fox,
Yeah.
Fox 2 tried to really push the Packers on St. Louis.
Oh,
Yeah,
did
but-
they?
But prior to when the Cardinals left, I believe there was something about Green Bay broadcasting. There was a huge faction of Green Bay Packers fans in St. Louis throughout the 90s.
Because I grew up, my mom was always a big Packers fan because of that. So that's why I liked him as a kid.
Yeah, so you've really linked up the whole St. Louis thing. Like, I mean,
Wow.
you it seems you chose right.
And I didn't even know all that because
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that St. Louis kind of adopted the Chiefs, from what I understand. right? Or some people.
What I think Fox tried to do was, I think, because Fox has the NFC games.
Yes.
It's like, all right, so we're going to push the Packers on you guys, and you all become now the Rams are left. You all become Packer fans, and I don't know if that really took. Everybody kind of moved over to the Chiefs. They started their winning ways.
Pretty good.
Jump on that bandwagon. Am I right, Rafe?
Heck yeah.
Hey, I'm a lifelong fan. You can say whatever you want. Why
I'm
not
not
jump
talking
on
to
that
you. I'm
bandwagon?
talking about the.
Yeah, good time to get in. They didn't suffer the way I suffered, but that's fine. I want fandom, so I will accept them reluctantly.
That's kind of you.
Okay.
They didn't suffer through the 8 straight playoff losses or the worst playoff comeback loss in history. They weren't there for all that. I was there for the hard times. I was there pre-Patty.
Oh.
Okay? I was there for the DeBerg years, the Elvis Gerbach years, okay?
I I get it, man. It's all right.
Sorry, I'm getting off on a
Don't ruin
tangent
his
here.
day.
So, what are we expecting up at the draft? Who's going first?
Cam Ward,
Cam Ward,
quarterback.
that's a given,
Miami.
right?
He's going to Tennessee. That seems in Sharpie. It also feels like Travis Hunter, Colorado, obviously
Right.
dual threat. It seems like that's. I am.
He's a two-way player.
He's hot
Two-way
right
player.
now.
Yeah, and
He
they're
is.
saying that they may actually play him two ways. Is that possible? I
Yeah,
mean, are they going to
so-
really do that in the pros?
I think that they'll use him primarily as wide receiver and then have some packages for him as at corner as well. But he came out recently and said that he would rather retire from football entirely than be drafted in the NFL and not be able to play both ways. So I think whichever team takes him, they obviously realize the weapon that they have in him and how passionate he is about being on the field in both capacities. So I think that they'll use him in that way. But Andrew Berry, the Cleveland Browns GM, compared him to Shohei Ohtani. And if you're a GM and you're picking number 2 overall, and there's a prospect on the board that you're comparing to Shohei Ohtani, why would you willingly put yourself in that position to pass up on somebody like that? You wouldn't. So that leads me to believe that that one's pretty much a Sharpie too.
It's pretty silly.
What about Shador? Where's he going?
That is the big question of the draft, Riz. And
Shador Sanders. That's
Yep.
Deion Sanders' son.
Deion's son. And there's so much variance when it comes to
Giants?
Shador. People are saying maybe Giants number 3 overall, maybe Giants later. They jump back into the first round to try to get him. We thought maybe New Orleans, but Adam Schefter says it doesn't seem like they're going quarterback. He could go 21 to Pittsburgh. We could see a mystery team jump up and try to grab him.
Oh,
he could fall
mystery
out of the
team.
first
Love
round.
the mystery teams.
Oh, there could be a mystery team.
What the heck is happening with Milroe? Is he still
Jalen Milroe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be later in the draft, but he's definitely in the mix. He's going to the draft. So usually when I know he has a lot of star power because he played at Alabama. He's one of those people that would be a good green room guy. But I also know that the NFL realizes that the draft is an entertainment product. It's a spectacle. And I don't think they're going to invite somebody who isn't going to get picked in the first couple rounds.
Is there a team, because of Deion's involvement with Shador, that they could do the Eli Manning dad move where he's like, no, he won't play for you, and then make him trade? Is like if the Cleveland traded up to get him, would they?
Right, because
would
that
he
was
let
Eli.
it
That was
happen?
Eli Manning. Got originally drafted by San Diego, I believe.
Right, and his dad was basically like,
nah, he's not going. He's not.
Yeah,
going.
we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Isn't there another Manning coming in? Go ahead.
What's
Arch,
up with? Do you think the Bengals are going to come to St. Louis?
No.
Okay. Back to
Darn
you.
it.
I hate to crush your
wish.
dreams.
We're never getting
That was a rumor.
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen that before.
The Cincinnati Bengals could relocate to St. Louis.
No.
Fox 2
NFL
reports.
will never
Fox 2 reports
Yes, this happened.
So
You
now
didn't
they're
get
trying
this?
to. They're now trying to push the Bengals on us.
Yes, amid questions surrounding the team's future in Cincinnati, there's an increasing speculation among fans that the team could consider relocating to ST.
Cool helmets.
Well,
Yep,
Joe
let's try
Burrow.
it.
We would love it.
Very
Yeah,
handsome.
And he's very good. Took him
The
to a Super
NFL
Bowl.
would never give us a team
No.
because we just took him for almost $1 billion.
Correct. So the NFL does not lose, and I know that it was a settlement, but they technically lost to St. Louis. When you have to pay anybody $790 million, I would consider that a pretty big L. And I don't know that the powers that be, meaning corporate sponsorships that were burned by the NFL, would want to get back into a relationship with the league. So I don't know if there's interest on either side of rekindling. I, of course, would love it because this is the best sports city in America, and we are great football fans that deserve a team. But maybe 2 decades from now, when different people are in
When
charge on both
everybody's
sides, they could revisit it. But as of right now, I would be floored if St. Louis got
I,
another
for
NFL
one,
team.
as the person who came up with Cacaw, are all in on the Battlehawks, and you guys know that.
yeah.
Wait, you were the originator of Cacaw?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Good
You can tell
work.
all your friends on ESPN about that
I'm
too.
going to tell everyone. Oh, they know we do Cacaw on our show.
Yeah, that's me. And I think the city's yet to recognize it.
New York
we
boy.
We have the tapes, and I'm waiting for The Rock to call and say, hey, I put a check in the mail.
You got it wrong.
I put a check in the mail for all the Cacaw merch
Right.
that we've sold off something you came up with. And I'm going to go, Rock, this one's on me.
Wow.
Wow.
What a
Well,
big guy.
just tell him that when he owns the NFL,
You're not going to call him The Rock? You're
give
just
us the
going to shorten
Bengals.
it to Rock?
Straight up
Oh,
rock.
wow.
they're
See, I thought it
buddies.
was going to be Dwayne. I thought you guys were cool like that. Call him by his government name.
Yo Johnson.
Yo,
Yo
Johnson.
Johnson, give us the Bengals in 5
no,
years.
I call him not The Rock, but Rock.
Mr. Rock.
So I'm going to say this one's on me. Just remember, I will one day call for a favor.
Oh, wow.
And we don't know when that's going to be, but
Right.
someday in the future, I will be calling.
He looks forward to that, I'm
Yes,
sure.
I'm sure.
Hey, did you see Shaq have to leave the post and go take a big dump? What did you think about that? As somebody who was on television on a panel,
And how close
is that
has
the
that
worst
come to
nightmare?
happening to you before?
So I did see it, first of all. I don't know.
I'll play the audio here. This is
You all right, big fella? Yeah, no. Catching a crap? Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck. Yeah, we on TV. I know what we're doing. Go ahead. Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking. I know. Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it. Don't worry.
Those New York bagels
What did you think about this, Smalls? Okay, so when we first saw the clip, by the way he was running, you knew what was going down.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not a number one situation.
Now, his arms were swinging way faster than his legs were moving. That's a telltale sign.
That's right.
They call that he was touching cloth.
Pushing cloth, I think.
Pushing cloth.
Or pushing cloth, whatever. I mean, listen, I say it my way, you say it your way.
All right, you're right. You're from New York.
Yeah, he is
Tomato,
Mr.
tomato.
Cacaw, so.
Online, inline.
My God. But then they talked about the fact that he's been drinking olive oil, taking olive oil shots,
Right.
which is supposed to be good for your digestive system, maybe a little too good in Shaq's case. But I don't know if you saw the follow-up last night. They brought a porta potty on set.
I love it.
They brought a porta potty on set for Shaq. So I don't think, well, first of all, I think that's kind of a punishment to his teammates on set, no?
Yes,
If
it
he
is.
has another Mother
They have
Nature
to cut
call
the top
situation.
off.
Yeah, because he can't fit in there.
Listen, we
Just a
could talk
convertible.
about Shaq taking a dump all morning, but Michelle's got to go to Green Bay.
I do. I have to get to the
She's
airport.
got to be on a plane.
I'm excited for
You were
you.
just
Land
the
of cheese.
best. I
One
tell
year.
you this, God, you were so impressive. Like, I don't know anything about sports. I look to her for a lot whenever I'm like looking to friends. You have the best mind about sports. You're such a fan and you know your crap. And you were just up there with all these guys. And it's the coolest thing. And I hope you know that.
Well, thank you from the coolest person I know saying that. I will take that that compliment proudly because you are the coolest person I know.
And somebody put it very nicely here. They're a huge fan of yours. I'm trying to find the.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
No.
The show is
No.
great. You're having a lot of success.
Thank you.
Everyone here is super proud of you.
So proud of you.
And I'm proud of you that 1 year in, you get to go to Green Bay and meet the parents. You know, like it's a big deal for you.
It is a big deal. It's a super big deal.
Jim
And
says he's a huge fan of yours. You listen to her till 7 o'clock, then us till 10 o'clock, and then he goes and listens to Unsportsmanlike on the podcast.
wow, true fan.
True fan.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm gonna leave you with that.
Thank you.
A nice little goodbye from St. Louis from Jim and your friends at the Riz Show.
Well,
and tell
thank you.
everybody I invented a cook-off.
I will. I got
Guys, the great Michelle Smallman on Sportsmanlike on ESPN. You can listen to her until a certain time, and then we come on and then pick up the podcast. Thank you. We'll take a break. We'll come back. I think we got time for King Scott to tell some jokes.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
9:20. Wednesday, traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We got a lane blocked due to a crash 270 eastbound near Big Bend Road. Your point forecast. We got warm and dry, high of 82 right now. It is 65 at the Point Studio.
You know what sounds nice? Having 11 paid holidays throughout the year. Well, that can happen over at First Community. Now, if you're out there trying to find the right place to get a job, think of First Community. They have over 40 locations throughout the metro area, including 18 inside Walmart. So it's one of those places that's very convenient, and they're hiring absolutely everyone from entry level to management positions, and they're an equal opportunity employer with incredible benefits, like I said, including 11 paid holidays. Yes, that's right, almost one a month. They have paid vacation, 401k, they have the pension plan, employee health and dental insurance, and the kicker is no cost to you. So that's incredible. And you can learn more about this. Go to firstcommunity.com, or like I said earlier, they have they have over 40 locations throughout the area, including, I just saw this, they have a job fair coming up as well. So go to firstcommunity.com, check out their job fair, but swing by any of their 40 locations as well and ask them today about employment at First Community. Go and enjoy yourself 11 paid holidays throughout the year and make me very jealous. Go to firstcommunity.com, firstcommunity.com.
How are you, everybody? Donnie Fandango, and I am very lucky, and I know I'm nervous because my hands are sweating like crazy. I got Pete and Sam from Chevelle. Gentlemen, welcome back. It's really great to see you.
Hey, it's good to be seen. Good to be here, Donnie.
Well, and it feels like there was a number of years where we were running into each other a couple of times a year, but now it's been, I would say, probably 3 years, and it feels like forever, but you're back with great new music, guys. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, it does feel like forever.
So let me ask you, the break between records was the longest of your career. I'm sure you're going to get this question 6 billion times and have already, but it was a long break. What was going on during that time? Was it just a record that took a little while longer to make?
Yeah. We were doing records almost every 2.5 years, roughly. Yeah. And I think I hit a wall and I just needed a little more time. I think I kind of like, we don't learn very quickly. We learn by mistakes mostly. So we decided, hey, let's add another year. Well, that year turned into an extra year, and because of COVID and all that. So we wrote a ton of music. And then in 2019, we went back to the drawing board and wrote another 6 songs because
we did a long tour in 2019 too. Which
we had
from writing.
A good opportunity that came up that we didn't want to pass up. And then so we kind of had a collective thing. We came together and said, hey, I don't think half of these are good enough. So our producer pushed us and we came out. So anyway, I wrote Self-Destructor at the end of 2019 and a host of other songs. And we needed to record those in March of 2020. That was right when COVID was kind of hitting, right? I guess everybody has their own time frame of that. But for us, we were in LA and it was March 5th and it was really starting to crack down in LA. And we finished the album up and then skedaddled back home March 18th. So
yeah,
then it turned in, we were like, okay, so when do we put the record out? Let's hold for a minute. And then we got into the summer and we were like, Sam and I are freaking out. We're like, let's just put it out. So we've been trying to put this album out since summer of 2020, but we had some disagreements. It's weird. It's a weird time. We didn't know what was right. So we held off, but then I had an epiphany. I woke up and I was like, one day I was like, Sam, dude, let's just do whatever it takes to get it out. We need to feed the fans. We need to feed ourselves creatively. Let's just put it out. It is what it is. I don't want to sit down any longer. So the label agreed, and this is where we're at, and now we're promoting. So couldn't be happier with the response, though. So thank you.
And I want to ask about Self-Destructor because to mine, and I've been a fan of you guys for, a long time. And I looked, by the way, Self-Destructor is at least the 17th Chevelle song that we have played on The Point over the course of your career in our career.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's insane.
But this, to me, this is certainly the longest single you guys have ever released.
Yeah.
Is it the longest song you've ever made? And was that a calculated move to to change things up a little bit, or can you kind of talk about that? Because I was surprised as heck to see a 5-minute 43 second Chevelle song.
Yeah. Well, here, Sam, if I don't mind me answering that. So, okay, the song was written, and we didn't think it was a single at all.
Yeah.
So we just write now. We just
Your house that suffers from allergies. Like my son, when it comes to this time of year, I feel so bad for him. So we're doing everything we can to help him out. And that included having zero res at the house to clean out our air ducts. That's right. Your air ducts are like the lungs of the house. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. So if you have somebody who suffers from allergies or asthma, or you just want to clean your house, get Zero Res in there to clean out your air ducts. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. So this month, you mentioned the Riz Show, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from St. Louis's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. It takes $75 off that air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your house. Breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res 314-474-2020 or go online anytime at ZeroResSTL.com and say you want the Riz Show special. Spelled backward or forward, spells the same at Zero Res.
Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, good to see you, Have a seat, man. Just wanted to have a chat with you, King Scott's Virginia.
Scott?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
What's going on in the news today?
And your Headline Goo sponsored by
Schicker Auto Group, your headquarters for American-made Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles. Shop local. Visit shopschicker.com.
All right, Scott makes laugh.
Today is World Book Day. Fun fact, before books were invented, people had to learn to coexist with wobbly tables.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, or as monster truck fans call it, Wednesday.
What?
A San Francisco radio station played 24 hours of nature sounds for Earth Day, and it was still less painful to listen to than Godsmack.
Oh, hey.
Nature boy's back over here. Yeah.
Got him.
A new survey shows nearly half of U.S. teenagers say social media has a mostly negative effect on their mental health. Now, the other half were too busy staring at their phones to answer. On Friday morning, a crescent moon will align with Venus and Saturn to make a smiley face, and then it will look at his 401k balance and disappear. John Cena says he was bullied for his bald spot, because wrestling fans think the only thing people should be missing is teeth. During your show this week, Drew Barrymore confronted a woman in the audience who was crying, and the woman had burst into tears when she realized she wasn't at the Kelly Clarkson show. Very sad.
I love Drew.
Sydney Sweeney got a puppy, and the two make almost as great a pair as her chest.
Okay. I'm sorry, continue, Scott.
Got nervous there, huh?
A lot of snares there.
Yeah.
All right. George Clooney says he never argues with his wife, but don't let that make you feel like crap. Let everything else George Clooney does do that. And finally, Kanye says he had a sexual relationship with his cousin until he was 14. And who knew Kanye grew up in West Virginia?
Yeah, that's Chicago.
And may the goo be with you.
All right, thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Your way to a job, you hate it. Yeah, you've heard me talking about Centric for a long time now. Now, why don't you do something about it? Find out for yourself how you could train for a new IT career in as little as 4 months with St. Louis's leading IT training company, that's Centric, the longest-running, most experienced entry-level tech training program in the country. Their programs train you on the most current technologies employers are using because, unlike the four-year schools, they could quickly adapt their curriculum to match changes in the job market. And they know that's your goal, to get a great job, a great IT job. That's why Job Search Assistance is a huge part of the program. In addition to your tech training, they know that there are other skills that need to be developed to help you find that right job. Centric's Career Services team provides you with seminars and workshops and other services throughout your training that prepare you for a job and they're going to get you into a job that's well-paying, that's got growth, that's got a future. Over 1,700 companies have hired Centric grads. So why don't you be next? Centric.com/Riz, CENTRIQ.com/Riz.
Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, good to see you, good to see you. Have a seat, man. Just wanted to have a chat with you, King Scott's Virginity, just to talk with you real fast and just to say, first of all, thank you for everything that you've done for King Scott and for his lovely fiance. And I also wanted to say that you've been such a big part of our lives, you know, whether it's the show or just in our personal lives. And relationships end, and it's time for you to go. And I didn't want you to be shocked, to be surprised or anything, so I wanted to give you an idea of what's going to be happening on the wedding night, what's to come, so to speak. So when two people are in love, they get married, and then after they get married, they normally go away somewhere, someplace beautiful, and then they get, you know what I mean? Like, they will go behind doors. I recommend going behind doors and you that so that bitch can't get out. You show her God. You know what I'm saying? This is how you show her. And so strong because she ain't never seen it before. And you drill. Okay, you know how when man first landed on the moon? That's what we're gonna do. She is your moon, and you are gonna take your flag, and you are gonna. No, it's gonna be fine. They're in love. If they got married, seriously, it's gonna be over. We're gonna miss you. We love you. We miss you, but you gotta go. Beautiful. If you need more information, I've got a website. It's jerfinoff@gmail.com. It's all good.
So here we are, way back Point Fest. Goldfinger, everybody.
Shaka.
Yes. Yes. And so here's the thing, okay? John, first thing first. Seen the band a million times. Phenomenal band. You've changed members here, but now you've got a goddamn all-star team going on with our buddy Mike, and then we've got Phil here and Moon, and it's just
Phil and Moon.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. He's never called me that.
I've never
Never
called
once.
you that ever. And I'm sorry, but that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Moon was telling me because I've known Moon a long time, and I've watched him transition into this amazing frontman of Greek Fire. It's just an incredible transformation that we've made from when I first met him with this like afro out to here, and just like this kid straight out of college. Did you go to college?
No, I did not go to college.
This kid straight out of high school.
Right.
Like, did you go to high school?
I did go to high school. I even finished with a kid.
Okay.
Well, it's really
Me
great
too.
to have you guys. But how does Mike get in the equation? How does Moon get in the equation? Like, how do you decide these guys? Because I know you, obviously, with the work you do as a producer, there's tons of musicians everywhere that you can get to be a part of Goldfinger.
I think the first time Goldfinger played with MXPX was probably 1996 up in Seattle.
Yeah.
Radio show.
Yeah, radio
and
show.
I remember same thing. I mean, Mike was a teenager when I first saw him play, whenever that was, and I've known him for forever and ever and ever. And I watched MXPX grow from like an opening band into like headlining bigger than Goldfinger. It was like amazing watching. Look at this guy. I mean, he's such a handsome guy, great songwriter, great voice, great bass.
Centric Deck is a company you could trust with your home, your biggest investment, of course, the safety of your family. They've been doing it for 57 years now. 57 years as one of St. Louis's top names in home improvement with quality and professionalism. That's what they put first in every single thing they do. They provide the best and longest lasting outdoor products available. Decks and sunrooms and screen rooms and patios and retaining walls and windows. Locally owned and operated. Visit the showroom. Visit their huge showroom down at Chesterfield. See some of the beautiful displays of fences and decks and pergolas and sunrooms and all that stuff. Let's say you got a new dog. You want a fence for the backyard. Chesterfield Fence Deck. Let's say you just moved into a home and the deck is in disrepair. The deck that was on the house when you bought it. Call Chesterfield Fence and Deck. All the products are guaranteed by a 5-year labor warranty. And such a great company with so many accolades, like an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, Better Business Bureau Torchwood winner, SBA Family-Owned Small Business of the Year. And if you mention the Riz Show this month, you'll get 48 months interest-free financing on your next outdoor project. Chesterfield Fence and Deck, online at chesterfieldfence.com. After all, who doesn't want a bigger deck?
Look at this, your dream home. You're renting right now. How about buying a home and building some equity? Look at you, an adult buying a house, maybe your first house. So listen, there are so many pitfalls out there. You could go with the big out-of-town bank where they treat you just like a number, or you could go with Kevin Putney, the local guy who treats you like a human being. 314-862-0123. He's going to make the whole loan process simple and painless. It's easy. You call, you qualify, you close. 1, 2, 3. Call, qualify, close. That's it. Kevin Putney's going to find the mortgage that fits your needs. A loan is like a fingerprint. One fingerprint, one loan, specific to everyone. Make that call. The process is simple. 314-862-0123. Online at 123mortgage.com. I'm going to my house.
.7 The Point. AO. Let's go. It's Liv Maddox, broadcasting live from the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, and I am joined now by the one, the only Jelly Roll.
Yeah, baby.
How are you, sir?
I feel like I'm back home, man. I love St. Louis. It's one of my favorite cities in America for dozens of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last time I was here was just sheer disappointment because Point Fest got rained out that day. And
Yeah,
Oh,
we're still mourning that. And the crazy thing is that, you know, I wasn't here yet when that happened, but I keep hearing that when that announcement came out that it had to be pushed out, and then you couldn't make the scheduled show, people were so upset. You've got St. Louis in the palm of your hand, man. How does that feel?
No. I just love St. Louis, and they love me. I've been coming here for years. We used to play Pops.
Yep.
I probably played Pops 30 times in my life.
And now here you are at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater.
Awesome.
Well,
Yes.
I
With
know.
limited tickets. You like limited.
Victory Men's Health. As you all know, I am a Victory proponent, and Lion's Choice just brought a pile of Cubanos in here, and I'm staring at it. And I'm looking at this Cubano, and I'm like, I want to put that in my mouth right now. And I'm like, what would Victory say? And I resisted the urge because Victory is your biggest cheerleader. They check up on you. They make you feel like you got a partner in your health journey, and it makes you want to make good decisions about your health and your body. So don't wait, boys. Get a partner in your health journey. Go to one of Victory Men's Health locations. There's one in Echo Fallon. There's one in Sunset Hills that has cardiovascular testing. It's the only one that has it so far. And Town and Country location that King Scott, Moon, and I all attend. Victory University over there. We sit in those zero-gravity chairs, and we get topped off with their IV treatments. But that's not all they have. They also have custom testosterone therapy. They've got ED therapy. They've got weight loss therapy. They've got peptides. They've got cardiovascular testing at Sunset Hills that I mentioned earlier. They've got something for everybody. And whatever's going on with your body, they test you down to a cellular level, and they figure it out and get you on a customized treatment plan because there is no one-size-fits-all. Don't wait. Take your health back in 2025. Boys, go to victorymenshealth.com, victorymenshealth.com.
Okay, so Rafe has our official bucket list.
That's right. We've talked about bucket list on here so many times. We thought, and we're getting ready to implement a new. Stay tuned. We have a new contest with punishments coming up, and we thought maybe as a flip side to that, we talk about bucket lists so much that we would, instead of just being in competition with each other, we would also have a series of videos where we actually try to help each other check things off our bucket
This
list,
is all
which is a
about
nice thing.
lifting each other up.
That's right.
To help us check things off our bucket list.
And to soften the blow of the horrible things we're going to do to each other in the other competition.
Yeah, come the fall, which we have a big Riz Olympics announcement to make come the fall. Yes, let's lift each other up first.
Yes.
Build up, and then we break down.
That's right.
Okay.
So,
It's
yeah,
like boot
okay.
camp.
So, yeah, I forgot. Eat at Golden Corral was on my bucket list. We'll check that off next week.
That's right.
Next Monday.
Which, by the way, is it Monday or Tuesday?
I think we changed it back to. Did we change it back to Monday?
I'm gonna murder all of you.
Let me check the calendar.
Tuesday.
Well, no, it was a Moon schedule that was the wacky one.
Yes, it was my schedule. That was the wacky one. It was supposed to be on my gotcha day.
Well, but I thought we were also kind of celebrating Jeff.
Let's see. You know what? Just tell me what to do, guys.
Well, you're the one that's
Tuesday.
You're the one that was the weird schedule.
Well, yes, but remember, I also said, hey, I think that's open if we want to switch it back.
Well,
or
so
if we
what
wanna
day
keep
works
it.
better for everybody? Next Monday or Tuesday?
I'm open either day.
Well, let's go over while we're checking schedules. Let's go over your bucket list.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a little mini interview of what some of these things are and how they might be accomplished.
Okay, go ahead.
Riz, I had each member of the cast give at least 12 items they want checked off their bucket list. Now, some of these things are a little pie in the sky. They're going to be hard to achieve.
Right.
Maybe listeners can help. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe sponsors I don't know.
These
some of
are
these
all
things,
the things that we've all dreamed of doing.
Yes, and some of them are very achievable, and we're going to make it happen.
Okay.
On your birthday, we're going to knock a few off of these, I'm telling you. Number one, on Riz's bucket list, you want to drop kick someone.
Yes, I was a big fan of the video game Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Yes. Tight.
And
So
know
you're
what I'm
talking about the full
side
side
drop kick.
Chest head area.
Yes. Listen, I'm almost 200 pounds. I ain't getting up to head level.
Chest to abdomen level.
Maybe crotch to
Abdomen.
Where's your solar plexus?
We'll start with that one because I got good news for you on that one. I talked to JP Warhorse, and Wednesday after our program.
Tomorrow
after our program, I'm taking you down to Glory Pro's wrestling school, and they're going to teach you how to drop kick.
How to properly drop kick somebody.
So that when the time comes.
Guys, spring is here, and you're probably seeing those for sale signs all over the place. So you want to buy a home. Okay, well, where do you start? Should I call the realtor first? No, that's your first mistake. You call Kevin Putney first at the 123 Mortgage Team. Kevin Putney, if you're looking to buy a new house, a mortgage is like a fingerprint. Everyone's different, and Kevin Putney will find that loan that fits your needs. I'm going to have a different loan than you, and you're going to have a different loan than somebody else. Kevin will put that puzzle together for you. He's got all sorts of programs for first-time buyers. He's a good dude. He's local. Again, he'll find the loan that fits your needs. He'll meet with you wherever, whenever, and he'll make the whole loan process simple and painless. Get yourself qualified and approved, and then you call the realtor. We bought our last house through Kevin Putney back in 2018, refinanced twice. He's the man. It couldn't have been easier. Kevin Putney, the 123 Mortgage Team, 314-862-0123. Online at 123mortgage.com. It's Kevin Putney, equal housing opportunity. All loans subject to underwriting approval. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC. NMLS 3029. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 123mortgage.com. 314-862-0123.
It is a very, very big day in the land of Red Hot Chili Pepper fans everywhere, and I am so unbelievably honored to be joined today by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Flea, St. Louis is saying hello to you.
I love St. Louis, and I fondly miss the raucous nights, Mississippi nights that we used to have over there. And hello to everybody. Love to one and all.
Man, it's really great to hear your voice, but also, too, it's wonderful to have a new Red Hot Chili Peppers album that is out today, and John Frusciante back in the Chili Peppers. Flea, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about how he got back into the fold with you guys? And I know that you guys had maintained a friendship even when he wasn't in the band. Were you guys still jamming and playing together when he wasn't a Chili Pepper?
We occasionally jammed, and we always were friends, and we get together and talk. And, it was difficult, too, because he left, and we got someone else to replace him who was his friend. And it's sort of like, when you break up with a girlfriend and then you start dating their friend or something, it's like being in a band with someone is a very emotional and, close experience. So it was... our relationship has always been intense. But I remember I think there's a lot of things that led up to him coming back all the way around. But I remember one particular evening, he and his girlfriend were over for dinner with me and my girlfriend, and we're having dinner, and he and I were like off in a room talking. And I remember I just kind of felt like I never really touched on it, even though I would think it. And I said, John, I sometimes I really miss playing with you, man.
Yeah.
And I said it. I couldn't help it. I just burst into tears. It was so emotional for me to say it. And he looked at me, and I saw him do the same thing. Like, we're both looking at each other, and he was like, "Me too," you know. And in that moment, I was just like, "Oh man!" I was just like going to Anthony like a few days later, and I was like, "I think John would come back," you know, and just kind of open that conversation, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, we made that decision, you know, and you know, all together. And
think about your house. I want you to think about every room of your house. Okay, now let's go to the floors. Are you happy with every floor in your home? You know, especially where you hang out the most. You know, you're in the living room. Are your patoots comfortable walking barefoot in your own house, or do you have just nasty carpet that has been there for way too long? It's not even your original carpet. Maybe it's the person before you that lived in your home before you bought it, or just, I don't know. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, this is so gross and dirty. I don't even want to take my shoes off in my own home. That's not right. Your home is your sanctuary of peace. And you should be able to walk barefoot around your home and actually not feel disgusted by what the bottoms of your feet are feeling. And you know what? If you're disgusted, there's only one place to go, and it's Michael's Flooring. IGotFloor.com is the website. You go there, you can see all the information. You can see their history. You can read reviews about the 30 years they've been in business locally. You know, unfortunately, there's no photos of Mike Reynolds with his ponytail, but he was on Fox 2 a couple days ago. So he's just killing it. So if you see him at one of the locations, just go up to him and go, "Hey, man, been here and learned talk a lot about your ponytail on the Riz Show." And he's going to go, "Thank you so much." And then, I don't know, buy some floors from him. You won't be disappointed. It's Michael's Flooring. IGotFloor.com.
All right, so way back Point Fest, we are backstage with The Urge, and we just learned a very valuable lesson. That when the microphone says mute, that means that they can't hear Steve.
It's muted. That is not working.
That is not working.
It ain't happening.
Boy, oh boy. So we found out so far that I'm sweaty. The microphones don't work. We are off to a bang upstart here, gentlemen. A bang upstart.
Got that out of the way now.
Well, I very much appreciate you guys chatting. And Bill, especially you, man. You're what did you do to the back?
Oh, Doc says I have a herniated disc. I don't know. That's
Big deal.
Oh yeah.
It's gotta be. Do you remember?
Drink his way
Yeah. Do you remember
16
Candles?
Yes.
Like Joan Cusack in 16 Candles. This is gonna be kind of my stage move today.
Nice. The doctor told him book some more Urge shows, and then then we'll look at it.
It might be a slightly less energetic than usual. But
You know, one thing that I've been paying attention to that's not necessarily Urge related, your photography that you have been taking on IG is really something else, man. If you don't follow Bill, you really should, man.
Oh, nice.
Well, because you guys were just in San Francisco and you took some beautiful shots.
That was we got to go tour a winery and everything was fun. Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
very good.
That's
No,
awesome.
no, it's all good. I think that's one of the fascinating things about you guys is you're all very different individuals. And so when I hear from various members from time to time that sometimes it takes a little while for Urge business to get done, I'm not surprised by this.
That's a nice way of putting it.
I think so, but that's
phrase.
But that's an all right thing, and that's probably a very healthy thing for where you guys are right now. You know what I'm
like
saying?
each other personally. It makes it hard.
Yeah, yeah. You don't look like you like each other at all.
We had to figure out who's going to sit next to who.
Well, here's what I would like, and I'm very demanding. But how does it feel is really great. It's getting such a great reaction, and we talked about that when you guys were in last week.
Thank you, Bill.
We want more. We want more. We want more soon. We want more like that.
I know.
What, this is my serious journalistic face. What do we got to do to make this happen,
We
gentlemen?
got a bunch of jams.
Yeah?
We got a bunch.
Do I need to go to work for you guys?
And we have some covers as well. We could probably finish up. We have a couple of covers we did which were fun, but we got 4 or 5 other original tunes that are pretty much done.
Well, the Feel Good Inc. cover, I thought that had been rumored to be something that you guys might release for a while.
We recorded it.
Yeah.
And, we may release it eventually.
It's awesome.
Might remix it and try to release it.
And what a great cover for you guys to do.
It's a cool song.
Yeah, I mean,
awesome.
a very cool song. I'm actually getting to see those guys for the first time in a few weeks.
Matthias and Gadase kicked some ass on that.
Oh yeah.
Track. Yeah. So it's
who are you talking about?
I'm going to see the Gorillas in a
the
few
Gorillas.
weeks.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Donnie?
I'm going to ACL to see them in Texas. The same week
nice.
I'm going to see those guys, Jay-Z, and Run the Jewels twice.
A couple weeks.
Hello, and barbecue on top of that.
Yes.
So the feedback on the song has been great so far, and people.
More, it's RoySjewelry, NinjaBling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show.
You know, I'm sure you consider yourself a smart person. You probably do your research and all that. And you definitely want to do that with a big purchase like jewelry, especially since it is engagement season and that kind of thing. So do your research. Go look at some of the reviews. Talk to some people that have had Moritz Royce experience and see what they say, because it's across the board. 5-star reviews. Everybody's always so stoked and satisfied for a lifetime.
I'll give you a review right now. They're amazing. 5 stars. If I could give 100 stars, I would. If I could give 1,000,000 stars, I would.
And not just about the product, not just about what you're getting, but the experience of buying the jewelry is pretty second to none as well. I mean, we're talking about a private showroom. It's almost like a speakeasy where you get buzzed in. Yeah, you get buzzed in. Showroom is yours, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, you got to know where it's at, so I'm telling you. Okay. 15th floor of the big tall office building right across the street from the Galleria. Boom, now you know. Now you're in on the secret.
But you got to make an appointment.
Moritz Royce Jewelry, go to ninjablink.com, get the address, get the phone number, and make the appointment. They're the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show, Moritz Royce Jewelry, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
Everywhere you look at me, you can see I'm in a brace. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. And anytime I look at you, girl, you know it's true. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. Hello, hello, hi. Howdy, hello, hi. That was Beyonce's Halo.
There's a big tour, big show coming to St. Louis, April the 1st over at the Chaffetz Arena. And I am very stoked for the very first time to be chatting with Co Wetzel. Co, you'll be at Chaffetz. It is the Road to El Paso Tour Part 1. And we're playing the song Creeps. And it's really nice to meet you, Co.
Hey, man, I appreciate you having us on. Thank you for jamming the music, dude.
Now, no problem at all. And we got a lot to get to here. But as somebody that's kind of new to you and what you do, what was the first music in your life that caught your ear, that made you, that started to kind of lay the foundation for you being a very passionate music fan?
I would probably have to say Nirvana. I grew up on all kinds of music, and then I found out who Nirvana was in the 8th grade or 7th or 8th grade, and I don't know, man. They kind of grabbed me. Kurt's voice and the way that they put all the music together was. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, and I was like, "Oh hell yeah, I got to do this."
And so, was it that record? Was it Nevermind? And In Utero, whatever, Nirvana in general. So that was the one that was like, "All right, I want to do this."
Yeah, absolutely. I grew up playing music, but it was always country.
All right.
And stuff like,
So then, on top of that, Co, when did you? Yeah. Oh, sorry to interrupt. I apologize. But so when did you feel like, you know what, I can do music for my life? Like, this is something that I can do. I want to do this. I want to make a living doing this.
Yeah, I think it was more in college. I played and I wrote through high school, played gigs through high school and stuff. But once I got into college, I was like, screw school, I played football for a little bit in school. And I was like, I'm not going to make it to the NFL. I'm not going to become a doctor. So why not go get some free beer and make a little money doing it, So
I saw that post I think you made yesterday about your grandma on the Dallas Cowboys. And and I found that to be so funny. So are you a Cowboy fan to this day because of grandma?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think, not even 24 hours after I was born, I was in a Cowboy onesie. So I'm a day one.
That's so awesome, because I remember it was so funny reading that post of yours, because I remember my grandmother also chain smoking what must have been the cheapest cigarettes known to mankind, and then chirping at me about why I even played sports, that I should just be working on my school, and why weren't my grades better. But I could still remember her at her back porch just chain smoking and then yelling at me at the same time.
Lighting one with the other,
which I always.
If you're feeling like you're running on empty, it may be because you're suffering from low testosterone. Yes, low T, that's a thing. So I want you to feel like yourself again. I want you to call Mentality, Chesterfield and South County. Low energy, low motivation, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, belly fat, low libido. These are all symptoms of low T. Now, Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy comes roaring back. Your belly fat burns off. You feel like yourself again. Confident, driven, ready to take on life. And it's fast, it's easy, it's safe. Mentality physicians have helped guys discover and address other health conditions during routine checks. So stop settling for a fraction of you. Mentality is your chance to take back control. MentalityHealth.com/radio to get started. MentalityHealth.com/radio.
All right, backstage at our big, gigantic ho-ho show with Angels and Airwaves. Mr. Tom DeLong, how are you, man? It's great to see you.
I am good, and I just realized you have a kick-ass camera right there. This is like IMAX level shit you're doing.
We try not to mess around, Tom.
You don't fuck around. This is like real interview. This is like
the bad part is though with that fancy camera, it really pinpoints the ugliness.
Boogers and like
I mean anything, man, like crazy hairs, anything. It really blows it out.
You know
of
what's
proportion.
funny about that? I was just walking down the stairs, and Alon, my drummer, goes, "Wait a second, I had one. I was like one hair was longer," and he went up to my face and we got it out. One hair, and you just mentioned hairs. Dude, that was kind of funny.
You know what the worst part? I don't know how old you are, Tom, but I think we're probably
22.
pretty close. All right, well then we're not. I'm 43.
I'm 44.
All right.
You didn't believe me.
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay,
I knew
God.
we were in the ballpark. Yeah,
Okay, fair
no. What bothers me about getting older is how rapidly my ear hair grows.
I've noticed every once in a while, like there'd be like a random hair, and you're like, "What the fuck? Where did that shit come from?"
I just trimmed this yesterday, and now I can't hear because there's so much stuff
See,
going on.
women think they have it bad because of like childbirth, but no, men have it really, really bad.
I don't
things like that.
Yeah. I don't know that that's the road we go down.
Yeah, no. Right now, there's women over there going, "We will kill you."
Right now. While you sleep. Real quickly, because I know we don't have a ton of time. Tom, when you first, way back in the day, when you first started talking about like the alien stuff, the UFO things, I thought, it's very good, and I'm going to be very honest with you, it's good everybody has a hobby. You know what I'm saying? But I did not necessarily firmly line up with you on a lot of those things.
Sure. Yeah.
Over the years, you have been proven incredibly right about a lot of things, and there's got to be a lot of people like me, and you have to know that. Is there any sense of like sort of vindication in that?
In all seriousness, vindication's not the word I would use. I've been briefed on things that are really scary, unnerving, and frankly, really hard to digest. And I knew that I would take all the arrows and bullets for a few years until all the guys I was working with from these various places, like the Department of Defense and the Central Intelligence Agency and so on, I knew that until they could come forward, I would be getting a lot of those rocks thrown at me, and they would think I was crazy or this or that. But the whole time I was like, people can do that, but they don't know what I know. They haven't been in the conversations and the briefings that I've been in.
Yeah.
And once they learn some of what I know, it's not all like gumballs and candy. It's like, this is a very difficult subject. This is a very difficult issue we have to work on.
Yeah.
That we have to understand. It's something the whole world needs to work and unite on together. But people keep coming to me, go, "Do you feel validation?" And I go, "No, it's." We have a lot of work we need to do with this, and right now there's a lot of people that don't understand it, a lot of people that don't want to understand it. My job is to communicate it for people to understand it better, and then the job of others that are a part of To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, my company, is to make sure that for the first time since World War II, our elected leadership are briefed on these subjects, and then it can start to come out in such a way that countries will start coming together on it, because the reality is that we're so busy fighting each other on this planet, they're missing something that's dangerous and big, and I think there's a lot of good things that come from this as well, but we have to create those good things, which is, people coming together and working together on this subject. So that's a long-winded way of me thinking out loud here. It's not a "I told you so" thing.
Yeah.
It's too big and unnerving for that,
Well, I just felt more like a dick. Because the more I was like, "Tom, come on." And then things would start to come out over time, and I'm like, you know what, this guy, he knows friggin' what he's talking about.
Exactly,
and I don't mean to take away from you. You know what I'm saying?
It's a lot. Some guy comes out and talks about life in the universe, you're like, "Thanks, guy." I get it.
And we're talking about ticks, we're talking about mosquitoes, and why should you protect your property or protect your family? While diseases carried by pests like mosquitoes and ticks are a growing public health problem in the U.S., and you want to protect your property, termites are found in more than 5 million homes on average each year. And it costs homeowners $5 billion each year. So that's why you need Amco Ranger Termite and Pest Solutions. Get them on the phone. Get them over there. One source for all pest control needs. They take your yard back from the mosquitoes and ticks. Stop the ants and spiders from moving into the house and roaches. Protect your biggest investment, your home, from costly termite damage. Prevent mice from spreading disease and damaging your property. Amco Ranger 100% satisfaction guaranteed. They're not satisfied until you're satisfied. You get the best price. They guarantee that. Trusted, local, family-owned, serving the St. Louis area since 1965. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Ask about their bundles. They combine the most popular services into one plan with incredible discounts. Amco Ranger, 636-441-BUGS, online at amcoranger.com. Protecting what matters since 1965.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and we have...
All right, that is it for us. Appreciate y'all tuning in. If you missed anything on the program, there's the clip of the day brought to you by Michael's Flooring. Also, the podcast sponsored by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And today's podcast is titled...
Smallman. And the title will come shortly here in a second.
Okay.
Smallman.
Beautiful.
That's great.
Wonderful.
That's the shortest title we've ever had.
That is straight from King Scott social media promotions.
Hey.
All right, move what else?
Better.
I just peace and love, peace and love.
Okay.
Can you feel the punk tonight.com, May 3rd. We've been working hard, obviously, on building the show even bigger and better than last year. And man, we pulled something off yesterday that I'm so freaking excited to share. So I'm bursting at the seams. I don't want to give anything away, because if you're not coming to the show, well, then you don't get to enjoy it. But if you're coming to the show, make sure you get there for the intro, because it's a fun one that we haven't done before.
Sweet.
Adding some new stuff.
All right. I'll learn.
Come on out, Washington, Missouri, 8 to 11 p.m. The Alley this Saturday. Lane Narrows is going to be playing, and I hear it's a street festival experience. Hopefully the weather is good. But, hey, even if the weather sucks, we'll be inside. Classic rock covers. Come on out. Say hello.
Rafe. No Notes, new number 2 show up from yesterday. Go check that out, and see you tomorrow.
All right. Scott.
And you can get today's title if you follow King Scott rules. I will share it eventually.
That's so neat.
Yes.
We leave you with a selection from our teamers. Member of the day brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill from St. Louis. Brett Thiele is our teamer. And he wants to hear anything from Chevelle. I could not find that song, so wow. I hope this will be all right for you.
One of those Squint Records releases.
Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Energy.